5% of the people of the world live in the United States, but we consume 40% of the resources. No matter what damage we do to the earth or other people. Conquer habits, fighting one another instead of the real monster. Separate us through division of race, sex, and religion. Don't you go against the system, cause they lock you back in prison. This real world ain't nothing that you ever envision. A place in which you can't trust the police, doctors, or politicians. They only care for the dollar sign, they care less how you living. Acting like they combat enemies, but they the true villains. These doctors push prescriptions, now there's millions addicted. Is ignorance a disease that got billions infected? Or is it done by design? Some type of evil intention to keep you standing in line. You never dare to ask questions, a little war for your mind. It ain't no time to be guessing. We educate our young, cause every knowledge they oppress us since the beginning of time. Just to make you feel less for when you stand up and rise against your oppressor. 5% of the...
And welcome back to another great night here on Freedom Revolution Network. This is Clarity After Dark, and I am your host, Scarlet Anonymous, and we're going to have a good show tonight. We've been having a lot of new exciting things happen on Freedom Revolution Network, you guys. We have our donation page up live. You can go to Freedom Revolution Network to donate to the revolution. And you can give a donation one time or a rolling subscription to the network. We would really appreciate that with all the new features, all the new news, the forum website, everything that we're coming with new for you. We would appreciate if you guys would give us a donation over there on that page. With that being said, tonight we are trying some new software that we haven't been using before. So please join us in the chat, and I'm going to send a message over there. As well as I'm going to make sure that we have like some things quieted in the background so that maybe we won't have a bunch of interference. So hopefully that'll work really, really well. So, with that being said, we're going to do this here. And then what does that do? Alright, so this is one of our first times using the mobile studio. So maybe in the future we won't have many issues when we're actually traveling or going places to actually do some live programs. I'm pretty excited about it. You got to hear Clarity After Dark's theme song, What You Believe, in the beginning, as we usually have heard every other night. And we do have some effects that we can use, as well as a couple other things. So I'm really excited for some of the new features that we have here. And I hope that just enhances your listening experience here on Freedom Revolution Network. If you didn't listen to the episode last night with Terry Rempel and Ron Tyler of Emergency Management Associates, I highly suggest you listen to that. It was a 5-hour interview last night, talking about the Cascadia subduction event that Terry Rempel believes that is coming soon. He's written a white paper that we are carrying on Freedom Revolution Network. Just go to Freedom Revolution Network, hit EMA Radio, and then you will have it straight on that front page for you. And so with that being said, let's go see in the world of news what we can talk about tonight, because I'm sure there's more than enough things to speak about. Let's see. Let's go ahead. All right. So, we've been seeing a lot of different people speaking out about the claim from this week that PBS wrote an article about that a lot of people tried to ignore and act like it didn't exist, but a lot of us saw it, and it's been riling people up. And I hate to go into some of the deeper, news right away, but we have been seeing a lot of changes, whether that's weather, whether that's social, whether that's geopolitical, really across the board in an intense turn. People are kind of, the old saying, going for broke, right? I think that applies right now to people because the way people's attitudes are really shifting about certain topics are getting to where either you 100% believe in it or you think it's a joke. I don't know why that has happened, but I think what we can do to try to stop it is just keep being aware of these situations and then trying to bring light to them. So here's one of them. Scientists say fetal tissue remains essential for vaccines and developing treatment. This was written 4 years ago. So let's just think about it. It's been around for 4 years, but people want to argue its authenticity. That was the number one thing that bothered me because something that's been around that long comes from PBS is usually a, respected topic. But they say that it's furor on Capitol Hill over Planned Parenthood has stoked a debate about the tissue from aborted fetuses in medical research. But U.S. scientists have been using such cells for decades to develop vaccines and seek treatments for a host of ailments, from vision loss to neurological disorder to cancer and AIDS. Anti-abortion activists set off the uproar, releasing undercover videos of Planned Parenthood officials that raised questions whether the organization was profiting off the sale of fetal tissue. Videos of which people went to jail over. Planned Parenthood has denied making any profit and says it charges fees to solely cover its costs, even though lists of prices have been found since. Okay, so let's not forget about that. University laboratories that buy such cells strongly defend their research, saying the tissue would otherwise be thrown out has played a vital role in life-saving medical advances and holds great potential for further breakthroughs. Fetal cells are considered ideal because they divide rapidly, adapt to new environments easily, and are less susceptible to rejection than adult cells when transplanted. If researchers are unable to work with fetal tissue, there's a huge list of diseases for researchers would move much more slowly rather than quickly to find their cause, how they could be cured. Said university spokeswoman Lisa Lappin in an email. From 2011 to 2014, 97 research institutions received a total of $280 million in federal grants for fetal tissue research from the National Institutes of Health. A few institutions have consistently gotten large shares of that money, including Yale, the University of California, and Massachusetts General Hospital, which is affiliated with Harvard. The U.S. government prohibits the sale of fetal tissue for profit and requires separation between researchers and the women who donate fetuses. Some schools go further, requiring written consent from donors. Many major universities decline to make scientists available for interviews about their fetal tissue work, saying they fear for the researchers' safety because the issue is so highly charged. The Planned Parenthood uproar led to a failed attempt by Republicans to strip the organization of federal funding. U.S. scientists have been using such cells for decades to develop vaccines and seek treatments for a host of ailments, from vision loss to neurological disorders to cancer and AIDS. Researchers use fetal tissue to understand cell biology and human development. Others use it to look for treatments for AIDS. Research on spinal cord injuries and eyesight robbing macular degeneration involves transplanting fetal cells into patients. European researchers recently began putting fetal tissue into patients' brains to try to treat Parkinson's, a strategy that previously had mixed results. Some scientists are looking for alternatives to fetal tissue, such as adult cells that have been reprogrammed to their earlier forms. But those techniques are still being refined, and some fields are likely to remain reliant on fetal tissue, such as the study of fetal development. Vaccines have been one of the chief public benefits of fetal tissue research. Vaccines for hepatitis A, German measles, aka rubella, chickenpox, and rabies, for example, were developed using cell lines grown from tissue from 2 elective abortions, one in England and one in Sweden, that were performed in the 1960s. German measles, also known as rubella, which I told you guys before they did because I felt like it needed to be there. But anyway, caused 5,000 spontaneous abortions a year prior to the vaccine, said Dr. Paul Offit, an infectious disease specialist at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Also, the maker and patent owner of Rototech. We wouldn't have those lives saved had it not been for those cells. Fetal tissue was absolutely critical for the development of the Ebola vaccine that showed promise, said Dr. Carrie Wolinetz, an associate director at NIH, which last year handed out $76 million for work involving fetal tissue, or 0.2% of the agency's research budget. Scientists are using fetal tissue to identify substances in adults that could be early warning signs of cancer, said Dr. Akhilesh Pandey, a molecular biologist at Johns Hopkins University. Experts at MIT and other research centers use fetal tissue to implant the human immune system into mice as a way to study diseases without employing people as test subjects. They add tumors to study the immune system's response, then test cancer treatments out of the mice. If this eventually will provide benefit to society, said Janju Chen, an immunology professor and researcher at MIT. At Stanford, fetal tissue has been used to study Huntington disease, a bubble boy disease, and juvenile diabetes. Fetal brain cells are now being used there in research on autism and schizophrenia. After the release of undercover videos, Colorado State University conducted an ethics review and suspended its dealings with one vendor, but it's pressing ahead with its HIV research with fetal tissue. Our position is this research has such tremendous value in discovering that could be done no other way, said Alan Rudolph, University Vice President of Research. So, there you have it, folks. They say this is how we justify promoting abortion, because we need the cells to do research. Without a booming industry, they lose all their cell cultures. There's no if and two buts about it. That's just the way I see it. So they're admitting it right there. Some interesting news with the boy, Landon, that we had talked about, that was thrown off of the third floor balcony of the Mall of America here. The boy has woken up in the last couple of months, as you guys know. This attack originally occurred, I don't know if they say, April 12th, the third level. And Emmanuel Aranda is the man who threw him off the balcony. And he's made an incredible recovery ever since. He returned home in August, and he had a limp, and he wasn't able to walk, but now he's walking perfectly. Mom's been doing everything she can to speed up the healing and getting him off of his medications. New skin is growing, and they're optimistic that he will be off of some of his medications soon. Aranda pleaded guilty for first-degree attempted murder and was sentenced to 19 years prison in June. So that's a really amazing story, because no one knew what was going to happen to this boy. They didn't even know if he was going to survive at the time. And not only has he thrived, survived, he's actually also thrived. Well, you knew where I was going with that, right? So, I found it very, very interesting. So, that's been an interesting story that I hope everybody feels really good about. And that they can feel that it's something important. So, absolutely. Now, they had also brought up, we know that the Australian wildfires are still occurring. That is very concerning. It's just the beginning of their fire season. And I find that very concerning, because like I said, we're not even in the middle of fire season yet. We're only in the beginning. And people should feel like that. It's spring. It's only spring for them yet. And I think that that's the most concerning. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah, as well. Everyone. The number to call for the network is 970-239-3974. Again, I'm going to actually make a post about that while I'm talking about this. So call in live to Clarity After Dark, which is the name of the show. If you've never tuned in before, this is Clarity After Dark, and I am your host, Scarlet Anonymous. And we are here to talk about anything and everything that you would like to on this Friday, November 22nd. We have open lines, as I'm giving out the number, which is 970-239-3974, and we will try to get you on air. We're not going to be screening, full screening tonight, so if you do call, we may just let you on. So I'm going to also post that. I should post also the website, because we are also live on freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. We also have the Spreaker chat up. So if you'd like to chat with us on Spreaker, find us on Spreaker, Freedom Revolution Network. We also have a new Zello channel on Zello. Look for Freedom Revolution Network channel as well on Zello. So yeah, there's lots of different options for you to use. That's for sure. Let's see. Can we turn this down a little bit? Because I see it's just a little loud, but alright, cool. So we got that, and we're going to start adding some messages into the chat, because I have a bunch of links for you guys. The Discord, that's a link that we have. Donate to the Revolution, and put that in the chat. We also have the social media site. We're going to add that. We also have the white paper that Terry Rumpel wrote that we think is really important. The Cascadia Mega Thrust Quake is going to be one of the biggest issues that we see. What else? The Coming Big One, which is another part of the paper, as well as... What else can I add for now? That'll be good. So hopefully other people will come into the chat and want to come talk. Again, that is on Spreaker. Look up Freedom Revolution Network. Alright. So, let's see. Excuse me, what else we're going to look at tonight. We'll see, because I know we had a few people. Dwayne did want to call back in, I know that, so that may happen. We should try to get a update from Ron and see what's been going on. And then that way we could see, what he's been up to. And since we haven't talked to Ron on our program for a while, and I haven't been on Emergency Management Associates Radio, I was monitoring the chat during him and Terry Rumpel's talk. And I thought it was fascinating. So I'm going to give him the number right now. And the number for you as well out there is 970-239-3974. we just gave that up. And hopefully we will see a few people in here. So I'm going to pull up a few articles from our extreme weather group, because I've seen a few things this week that have been intense. Oklahoma Fox came out with this article earlier tonight talking about 5 earthquakes, including 3 of magnitude 3.6 strike Oklahoma. The U.S. Geological Survey reports 5 earthquakes, including 3 of magnitude 3.6, were recorded in Oklahoma and felt in Kansas and Texas. Updates with the U.S. Geological Survey saying that 5 earthquakes were recorded on Thursday and Friday changes Dateline updates, headlines, and summary. In Enid, Oklahoma, the U.S. Geological Survey reports 5 earthquakes, including 3 of magnitude 3.6, were recorded in Oklahoma and felt in Kansas and Texas. One of the 3.6 magnitude earthquakes took place late Thursday night, while the other 2 occurred Friday afternoon. The stronger ones took place in northern Oklahoma near the cities of Enid and Okeen. In Garfield County, where Enid is located, Emergency Management Director Mike Honigsberg said there are no reports of injury or damage. The 3.6 magnitude quake from Thursday night was reported in Newton, Kansas, 168 miles to the north, and Mineral Wells, Texas, 247 miles to the south. Thousands in Oklahoma in recent years have been linked to underground injection of wastewater from oil and gas production. They refer to the issue as a maternity... Well, no. Yeah, that's all they said about it. Interesting. So they do admit it was fracking. That's surprising. Because someone asked in the group, was it fracking related? And according to the article, yes it is. It absolutely is. So, dangerous flooding threat, significant high risk have been issued for the parts of southeast France into northwest Italy, with a threat for intense and excessive rainfall locally resulting in 200 to 300 millimeters of rainfall, with a dangerous flash flood and landslide threat. This is coming from Severe Weather EU, and Gabby Holiday had shared that with me in the Extreme Weather Grand Solar Minimum group on Facebook. This outlook is valid from the 22nd through the 24th. An overall pattern across Europe reveals a very large upper trough low with a broad surface low moving from the Bay of Biscay into France. Let's see. Let's try to set this up. Ron said he tried to call it. So let's try to fix that. Okay. Let's see. So, we're going to try to see what's going on with that. And other people are telling me, if I am right now, that I'm not live. So hopefully we are live. I sure hope so, you guys. I will be really sad if we're not. Actually. So, hope we're live right now. But if we're not, I guess that's fine too. I'll be alright. I'll survive, I guess. Oh, back to our article about this low-level trough. Okay, hold on. Nope, we skipped. A strong upper-level ridge persists across Eastern Europe and Western Russia. A powerful jet stream rounds the base of the trough, resulting in a large-scale ascent towards the Western Alps. And a strong-level moisture warm air mass advection towards the southeast France and northwest Italy. High risk has been issued for France into northwest Italy, with threat for intense and excessive rainfall locally resulting in 200 to 300 millimeters of rainfall with dangerous flash floods and landslide threats. Various models are in very good agreement with developing an intense rainfall event with strongly enhanced orographic rainfall across the higher terrain of southeast France and the Western Alps, including northwest Italy, in northwest Apennines. A combination of convective storms closer to the Mediterranean Sea and the intense orographic rainfall persisting for more than a day. Very high rainfall sums are expected. Additionally, a SIG risk area has been placed within the high risk with the most extreme amounts of rainfall are expected. These areas are eastern Cevennes in southeast France and northern Apennines, Liguria, northwest Piedmont, and Aosta regions in northwest Italy could receive even more than 400 millimeters of total rainfall within the next 36 hours. Such an amount will strongly enhance flooding threats and could develop landslides as well. Also, a major snowfall event with more than 150 centimeters of fresh snow will occur over the higher mountains in the Western Alps. And that's all they said about it. Let's see. So they say Tropical Storm Sebastian has already changed his mind. He's accelerating, will not be a threat for Europe anymore. So they were going to expect him to turn into a hurricane today, but strong wind shear was causing a more significant weakening effect in the tropical system based on satellite data. In the 18 UTC analysis, storm still had a solid storm force strength, packing winds of 50 knots with the central pressure around 999 millibars. But the system is weakening and should transform into an extratropical cyclone and likely to dissipate within the next 3 days. It appears increasingly that Sebastian will not be a threat to Europe anymore. Satellite imagery was quite impressive this morning with deep convective cluster going on across eastern parts of the storm, especially across the northeast quadrant where long-lived storm cluster is still ongoing. However, the latest analysis indicates Sebastian is struggling to maintain its intensity due to stronger deep layer shear and drier air from the west associated with the frontal zone to its north. This is causing a more significant weakening of the system. Although forecasts from earlier this week expected Tropical Storm Sebastian to strengthen into a hurricane, the storm is expected to dissipate within 3 days. The official NHC track now suggests Sebastian will remain a tropical storm until Sunday, until it weakens and transforms into an extratropical cyclone. Also visible on the latest global GFS model, the system continues weakening along its path and dissipating before even reaching the Azores on Monday. So, this is no longer a threat, which that's good because we thought, well, is this going to be something that we need to look at? Or is it going to be something that we need to deal with? And I'm glad it's not because we were, looking on the ready. Now I see Melissa. Yes, now everybody can hear me live. Thank you, everyone, because I was panicking there for a moment. But we were wondering if Sebastian was going to be a storm that we would have to activate for, because that's just something that we do behind the scenes with USCF is when we get a storm or when we're starting to hear about activity, we start to watch it, we start to look into it, and then we start planning if we need to start activating groups and teams and who we need watching the storm for 24 hours a day, and that determines how we activate. And so it's a very interesting process. So I'm glad Sebastian did not decide to turn towards the States. It would have been one of the later producing storms. They said that we haven't seen a storm that's hit the States in quite a long while that has the letter S as a tropical storm after November 20th. So to have Sebastian even come this close at this time of year is rare. Atlantic hurricane season will end on November 30th. So that will be the end of the Atlantic hurricane season. We shouldn't really see any more tropical storms or hurricanes until next year. Even though there might be storms that are not named that still can hold such a punch, such as the storm that hit in North Carolina recently. That brought feet of sand onto people's properties. That was one that because, excuse me, I need something to drink. That because it, because it wasn't a named storm, it didn't get much attention, But yet now the people of Cape Hatteras Island have more damage than when Dorian came through and hit the folks on Ocracoke Island. So that's a really big deal because Ocracoke kind of got, flooded out during Dorian. People didn't really even think about that, but this is even worse because when it's not named and it's just, a weekend rainstorm, so to speak, people aren't paying attention to it as when it's all over the Weather Channel. Everyone's watching it and they're paying attention to it with the play-by-play. So this is why extreme weather has become a focus of mine. It's for the simple fact is that as you watch it go across the country, every storm lately is getting to that grand, magnificent level of watching play-by-play, much as if you were watching it on the Weather Channel or like a Super Bowl. So it's telling the story of the change that we all need to be prepared for in our own areas, because each area will bring its new set of challenges, okay? Where I, in the Midwest, will have a different set of challenges of maybe you on the West Coast or you on the East Coast. And I think that, when people ask, what should we do to prepare? That was one of the biggest questions that Ron and I saw the other night is, what should we do to prepare? With that being said, you have to prepare for your specific area. And I think that's really important to know. You can't just prepare for all areas. It has to be for the area that you're living in. If you live in the mountains, you're going to prepare different from someone who lives in the plains. If you live in a warm climate, you should prepare from someone different that lives like in what I call the Arctic tundra of the Midwest here. You're not going to prepare the same as I. You don't have a bajillion sets of snow pants and snow boots and hats and coats and mittens and gloves. And you might, but it's not going to be as strong and heavy as mine to stay warm in, negative 30, 40, 50, 60. So I think that preparation is only going to be as good as the area you're in and the scenario you're thinking about. So if that's, I bug out to a place or I just leave my home, all those scenarios are going to be very different. Do you have children? Do you have pets? Are you alone? Do you have a partner? All of these things change your preps. Do you bring food? Do you bring dried food? Like all of these things change how you're going to prepare. So I think preparation becomes one of those really intimate and individual things that I don't think any one person can necessarily cover. So I think when it comes down to it, you need to think about, well, where do I live? Where am I going to go? What would make me leave? What would make me stay? And it could be just as simple as, what would I take if my house was on fire? What would I take if the power goes out and we have no heat? A friend of mine in Maine, a month or so ago, went without heat for like 3 days. And she lives in like a senior community, so she was quite concerned about the conditions because it was cold. And she was also concerned about the other residents being able to take care of themselves. And she was concerned that if this happened again, who was going to come out to check on them if they were without power for more than a day? And I think that it's the number one thing a lot of us don't think about. But with the more extreme conditions coming, it's something we should consider. So, I definitely think it's something we should consider. Okay. I got a link from Melissa. I appreciate you, Melissa. She's working hard even late at night sending me links. Oh, okay. We now have a social network. It's a members only community. I will have to sign up and log in. And I'm going to share that link with you guys in the Spreaker chat. Just give me a moment. I'm working on it. Getting pretty good at this, you guys. Okay. Here we go. Oh, hello. I see you there in the chat. We're having issues. Melissa, since I know you can hear me, we are having issues with the Skype and just being able to call in on the Skype. Ron has tried to call in on the Skype, and I'm using mobile, so I should be able to just get a call in. So, that's all. But I don't know what's happening right now. So if you want to help us out with that, that would be great. Because I'm sure Ron would like to call in. Maybe. Can I call people off of this? I have a lot of questions. I have many questions. So. When we were talking about preparation, like I said, the number one question was, what should we do? So I think that, I know Ron says that he has some videos and things that he's going to come up with. We're going to make some, of our own preparation ideas. I can show you guys how to make a Faraday cage. We've got a lot of ideas that we can use. And I think that it will actually be a winner. I don't know what you would exactly want to see as the people, but I'm just thinking about the things that we all prepare for, that we hear most often in would be great. That's what I think would be good. So, let's see. Let's see if we can call around. I'm going to try to call around. I'm going to try. Let's see. I'm going to tell Ron we're calling him. We're going to get Ron Tyler on, everyone. Okay, let's see. Don't you love live radio, you guys? I do. It's all full of surprises. Okay. Because I just want to test this at this point. I feel like we need to get this to work. Oh no, that's mute.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. Well, that's fantastic. And so you're also on Spreaker. So I made it.
Great.
I figured it out. I don't know why you can't call in, but I can. So I can call you. So that's good enough.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah, so everybody's...
Live on the air with you?
Yeah, you are live on the air with me. Everybody says they can hear me, and it's clear, so we're good.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to Clarity After Dark, Ron.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be on the air with you.
Absolutely. So we were talking about some of the severe weather that's headed towards Europe. We talked about the few earthquakes that were around the fracking areas in Oklahoma. We've just been talking about a few different things tonight. So I don't know what you covered tonight on your program, but...
So you've been talking about Europe and the earthquakes happening in Cascadia too?
Well, we didn't talk about Cascadia, but we did talk about Oklahoma. and the earthquakes.
Oklahoma,
Yeah.
We had 5 earthquakes today, right in the middle of the oil and gas pumping operations.
Yeah, that's...
Keene, Oklahoma, I think was a 2.3 magnitude earthquake.
Yeah, we just read an article that was talking about that there were 5 earthquakes around, 3.6 or so.
Yeah. It's quite something. There are over 580,000 oil and gas pumping operations, pumping drill points in Oklahoma. And that's Oklahoma by itself. It does not include Kansas. That does not include Texas. That is in the state of Oklahoma only.
Wow.
Tons of oil. And there are thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands in California. And last week, actually it was this week, I think it was Monday, Gavin Newsom from California has ordered no more drilling. No more drilling in the state of California.
Well, and you wonder...
There being earthquakes.
Well, I was going to say, you wonder why that is, but I would assume it's because they've finally put 2 and 2 together that this is causing the earthquakes, and they need to get this under control because every time at the geysers that there have been swarms, then small fires have been popping up. And they realize that the more that they're drilling, the more these fires are starting, so something's got to give.
Yeah. Well, it's not just that. If you look at all the drill points over in the San Fernando Valley, and there's still oil and gas being pumped out of the San Fernando Valley, there's subsidence going on. And the subsidence is related to the amount of oil and gas that's being pumped out from underneath the ground. People's homes, foundations of their homes, have been steadily crumbling. Big, huge cracks in their walls. And for quite some time, they wondered why. Well, they have even gone to the extent of bringing in experts. And it was decided about a year and a half ago. There was a meeting with members of the U.S. Geological Survey that had a town hall meeting, and I believe it was a school. I think it was at a school. And they brought in these experts from USGS and one other agency and a couple companies. And they explained to the residents that the reason there was so much subsidence going on was because they had been drilling for so many years. I think it was dated back to the 1950s. And they'd been pulling oil and gas out of the ground in such quantities that the ground started shifting, buckling, and settling. Some cases 20 to 30 feet settled.
Well, when you think about what fracking is and what it does and how they use high pressure water to get to some of these layers of shale, it's not surprising. Right. You put pressure on these. If anybody's ever seen those lawn bubbles that people have jumped on in those videos where, their lawn bubbles up and it's a big water bubble and then you can pop it and then you fall into it. Because the earth can only take so much liquid and movement before it crumbles.
Right. It's unreal. When they first started drilling for oil and gas, they thought it was so far down, nothing would happen. Well, now they pumped out so many hundreds and thousands of barrels of oil and gas out of that area that the ground is falling up to 20 to 30 feet. Like I said, they don't have basements in California for the most part. It's only slabs.
Okay.
So these slabs are cracking, falling, coming apart. The slabs are actually coming apart in areas.
Well, they were saying some buildings in LA were doing the same because they're built on sand. So I guess a lot of the
Yes.
buildings in LA are built on sand and then were built down into concrete, like, pilings, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Of which, like, now the sand is collapsing.
Yeah. Yeah, the sand is collapsing. And at first the experts were saying, oh, it must be clay. This area must have a clay base. But studies were done because clay bases tend to make the ground or make the foundations crack and everything else.
I can see that.
They first tried to blame it on that.
Right.
Well, when the truth came out about that, and it wasn't the base of clay that they thought it was, they've done more studies, and it's oil and gas. It's not sand, it's not clay, it's oil and gas. And people are really past being fried. They are so mad. There's now suits going against the state of California, and there are lawsuits going against some of these oil and gas companies that have drilled over there. And these suits are amounting to billions of dollars. Billions of dollars going on. And so I think the bottom line is the state of California doesn't want to take responsibility for any of this anymore. And so they're saying, oh, we're going to put a moratorium on drilling. Well, according to the article that I read online, it's not just a moratorium, it's a total, complete end to oil and gas drilling in California. And they're tired of having the earthquakes, they're tired of the subsidence going on, and they're tired of the lawsuits. They're starting to pile up. Now,
well, so it's not surprising.
Go ahead.
I said it's not surprising.
Yeah, it's not surprising at all. Not even the least little bit. The only thing I'm surprised by is why they didn't start doing it sooner. Why they didn't start doing it sooner.
Probably money.
They've known about this. Yeah, it's money. It's all money. It's all money. And I've done a little bit of digging, and some of my digging is showing that Governor Newsom, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi and her husband, and 2 or 3 other families are responsible for it. They've taken kickbacks over the years. And
I definitely saw like some California utilities when you looked at like the ballotpedia for Kamala Harris. I do remember seeing that, and Nancy Pelosi, because they have to disclose who their donors are. Yeah,
they have to disclose it. And Nancy Pelosi, speaking of which, is up to her ears in stuff right now. As it turns out, the money that she has earned, was given to her by people that should not have given her as much money as they did. And I don't have the information right in front of me. I've got it on my laptop, and it's downstairs in my office.
Right.
But she's in trouble.
Yeah.
And now she's being investigated. These people are so in it up to their ears, it's not funny. And they've done so much wrongdoing. They have violated the law, and they thought they could just get away with it, and now it's coming out.
True.
Now it's coming out. Now, part of it came out after it was found out that former Vice President Biden and his son Hunter were up to their ears with that company in the Ukraine.
With the Ukrainian oil company.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Grisha. Anyway, now it's come out that Ukraine is asking President Trump to initiate an investigation over here because they've already got the investigation going on in Ukraine. And I guess today or yesterday, the president of Ukraine called President Trump and demanded an investigation be done on Biden and his son. And now the entire Democratic Party has received kickbacks from Burisma and two of the former people that were in charge of the company. So the Democratic Party is also involved. It's not just Biden and his son. The entire Democratic Party is involved.
Well,
and has taken money.
I'd also like to see, because I keep bringing this up, but it's only because it's a good point. Why isn't John Podesta's brother the one that is on the contract with Paul Manafort, that Paul Manafort is in jail for? Why are they not both in jail for the contract? Oh, wait, I found out why now. Because they got to retrospectively register as foreign agents. But Paul Manafort didn't. So,
yeah,
this is the type of behavior that, you know, honestly, I really wouldn't care if it was coming from a Republican or a Democrat.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. At this time, we just kind of know who would be doing what. But it's sad that they feel that they can get away with these things. Literally go run rackets in other countries. Okay, so somebody brought it up today. And they were like, so Trump is mad because he's looking into potential collusion into a race that he said that he thought that there was collusion in, of which they told him there was no collusion.
Right.
And when you really think about that, it's because, you know what? There were a lot of pundits who said 3 years ago that, you know what? It's because they're trying to cover up what they're doing. And I believe that more so now than ever. Because if they can cover up, and I think both sides are guilty. You know, with the Christopher Steele dossier, we knew about that. This is how we got into the Mueller report and finding out, did we talk to Russia because we wanted to hide that we did the Steele dossier, you know, and that we found out it was fake and that guy was MI6 and he had all these ties and the government paid for the dossier 3 separate times. This is the same type of deal. You know, where they were spying on, you know, Obama used MI6 and the British government to spy on Trump. Trump used his own connections. Now everybody's mad and trying to drag each other through the mud, yet everyone was doing the same thing.
Right.
They're trying to impeach the president for the same things that they did themselves.
Exactly.
It's insane.
And we can even take it a step further. Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party, through Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Senator of California, who at the time was the president of the DNC. And these people got into the FBI and made friends with James Comey and Lisa Page and Adam McCabe and several others. And now it has come out that not only did James Comey falsify documents during his investigation, not only did he and Lisa Page plan to take out Trump and make sure he would never become president, and as it comes out, Comey has even made threats against the president. Well, why is he still not in jail? And now today it came out that James Comey also falsified FISA documents to obtain a FISA warrant against Trump and Trump's people.
And we find out that their nice little whistleblower, Alexander Vindman, has ties, his family has ties to, bunch of ties to Ukraine, but he was also asked to be Ukrainian foreign minister. So this man who claims to be on the phone call with the Ukrainian president, Alexander Vindman, has been asked to be foreign relations, basically counsel for Ukraine.
Right.
Does no one find this sketchy? Like,
and yet this
and
same
he's a
man
Ukrainian
is also
born.
a lieutenant colonel in our military.
Right, and Ukrainian born, okay, and we find out through his officer reports that he really didn't do much to get the Purple Heart that he has, and he doesn't have a Bronze Star to go with it, which you usually have both, because when you're in an incident that would require a Purple Heart, you already just get like a Bronze Star because it was that bad.
Right.
And so people are wondering how he's gotten the accreditations he had, because people made fun of him in his academy class, and it's very, very sketchy. It almost seems like a very set up plant.
It was.
You know,
That's
this
exactly
man
what it was.
seems not genuine. He just happens to be in the room with Trump. He happens to be Ukrainian born. He happens to have these connections. You know, I mean, how much more lucky can you get with one guy? He's like the perfect whistleblower. You know,
Yeah.
he's the perfect witness. Much like their whistleblower, Eric Ciamarella, of which, if you say that, you know, they're basically trying to send you to jail over it. Even though Adam Schiff had already said his name, Drudge Report had already reported his name, and they used the excuse of, well, no major news source has given his name. Drudge Report is a major news source. Drudge Report just links RSS feeds. They act like Drudge writes his own articles. He might write a headline that's front page, but it still links to an article that someone else wrote. So Drudge Report is news. So the fact that they wouldn't even recognize Drudge saying it just shows that they're going to turn into a level of censorship that we've never seen. Because for them to say, we can't have you say this name because, that should show us that we're in the next level of censorship. You can't say a name because a bigger news agency than you hasn't said it. Since when do we need news agencies to confirm a name? Because they want all facts to come through them from now on. They don't want citizen investigators. They don't want people like you and I to look into stuff. They only want it to come from CBS, ABC, CNN, or else it doesn't exist. That is a dangerous world and precedent we're setting. We cannot let them think that that is the way that we're going to move in the future.
Unreal. We have said
Go ahead.
At one time, and yes, we've had bad politics for,
decades,
a half century probably, or longer. But we thought we had set standards in our government for standards of action, standards of honesty and integrity and such. And yet, look at what we're finding out.
That no one has standards. No one plays by the rules. That's what we're finding out.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody is playing by the rules at all. At all.
It's scary when you think
Unreal.
about it.
Yeah, it's so scary. It's not funny.
Well, and we're always called out because we've been bringing up, shadow government, deep state. But what else do you call this? When they're not playing by the rules and they're doing it in secret.
Right.
It's a shadow government. That's a deep state.
Yeah.
It's
and
clandestine actions.
Yeah. Then we find out today that Obama has had hands in what is going on now too with Biden and his son Hunter. That Obama has had his hands in ordering Comey to go after President Trump. I'm going, so the president is head of the deep state and has been in charge of this coup against the president. And now I just found out tonight, right before I went on the air with my program, that George Soros had played Obama and paid Obama to do what he did. George Soros also has his hand in the kitty.
Of course, George Soros
he's
does.
He's wanted control here in the United States. He's paid off so many groups. He's paid off the immigrants.
He's the one who's bought the Ukrainian
Salvador.
Government up until this point.
Yeah.
You know, he's the one who wanted to bring the EU to the Ukraine.
Yeah.
You know, Ukraine was fine without the EU, and if you ask a lot of the people, you know, they're half brainwashed and half of the people are awake. And they both sides blame each other. But the one thing that people can say is once the EU came, it was different.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the truth.
Because we're interfering with these countries. People like George Soros thinks that because he has enough money, that he can exert his power and privilege onto people to change their lives.
Yeah. Yeah. This completely blows my mind. You know, I never realized how corrupt everything has gotten. And we're almost beyond the point of no return.
Oh, yeah. I wonder that every day.
It's almost beyond that.
Yeah, I wonder every day if we're already there and we're just biding our time.
Yeah, I'm wondering too. But I've also been told by some interesting powers that be, and you and I will have to talk off the air about this another time, but I'm being told that there's people like myself and you and others of the alternative media, and they also mentioned Dave Hodges' name, Steve Quayle, Doug Hagman, and others. John Moore's name also came up, that it's up to us to turn this around. It's the alternative media that's got to turn this thing around, turn it off. Otherwise, we're going down the rabbit hole, and we'll never return. It'll be too late.
That's why it's a freedom revolution. That's why we're calling it that, because we literally have to bring a revolution. You know, we're in the early stages now, and we don't necessarily have a ton of people, but we've got to expand because there's no other way. If they're going to try to make a lockstep on us and start making those last plans to take away our last few freedoms, we need to be ready and fight. We've lost a lot of good patriots already. We've already seen how fights like the Bundys work. So we need to be ready, because at this point, our society really isn't set up for us, those of us who need to be patriotic and need to stand up during this time. Why we're going to come up with the ways to do it. You know, we're going to start trying to have properties that people can look into so that they can build a cabin or a bug out place or whatever, and we can start having our own Freedom Revolution Network properties that we know are freedom-loving people who live on these properties, because I don't see any other way. Unless we make a network, an underground railroad, something where we know where people are, we're going to have a hard time, because how do we know who our enemy is?
Right.
This is a new type of war.
Word has gotten out on our channel. Word has gotten out on our channel here at EMA that we've talked about setting up a tribe, and tribes in various places, so that people that are close together can get together.
True.
Much like the other person on the other show is doing.
Yes.
Or has done. But we're starting to get some high numbers of people, and that's only going to grow.
Guess what guess what went live tonight? The social site.
What?
The social network went live tonight on Freedom Revolution.
No kidding.
Yes.
That's awesome.
So it is went live.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I just got the link. That's what Melissa was up late doing, because she was actually fixing things even up until just like 20 minutes ago. So
yeah, that's cool.
I'm pretty excited about that. So yeah, people will be able to join the forum, and then we can start like matching people together. We can make state groups for the forums and start getting people matched up.
I think it's going to be wonderful. I really do. One of the things I want to do is to mass market that book. I'm going to go online tomorrow and see what it would cost, and if they're still available, what it would cost to get another gross of them and put them online and sell them. There's a lot of things. After the seismic portion of my program was done tonight, they wanted to talk about ham radio, so we did. And the other thing I want to do is show people how they can order that book from us.
Absolutely.
And we can take orders for that ham radio book, so they can get the book and start studying and go take the ham radio test.
Well, by Monday, we should have the store open. Melissa has promised me a store by Monday. So we should have that open by Monday where we could add something like that.
Yeah. I've already got pictures downloaded of other product that we can sell. And I've got some good prices. You know, I've arranged for some good prices from various organizations and companies, and so I know what we can sell them for. I know how much profit we can make for every item sold. We can almost make twice the profit.
Right.
And we can still have better prices than anybody can get online in any other place or any other stores. So we're going to be doing everybody a service once the store is there. And I'm going to get that contract with Patriot Foods. Yes. So we will be able to have them sponsor our programs, be able to get people discounts on products from Patriot Foods, and have other products also available that people can get to start their, if not start their food storage, but to increase their food storage capabilities so their families are going to survive. Since our program with Terry Rempel last week and yesterday went live, yesterday we had I've been told 2,200 views tonight. I have not checked it as of about an hour or so ago, but before I went on the program, it was over 2,100 views just yesterday's program.
Wow.
2,100 views.
That's a big deal.
Incredible. I've never had that high.
No, that's fantastic. Very excited for you, Ron. Very excited for you.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's important information. What Terry is bringing right now is cutting edge. Okay, because nobody else is quite saying that. Steve Quayle, sort of. You know, everybody, I keep hearing that, you know, he sounds very similar to Steve Quayle. He sounds very similar to Steve Quayle, of which he does. But the ideas of a man like Steve Quayle or others come from roots of science. So that's why these ideas sound familiar. And I think Terry has done a really good job trying to get people to understand before it's too late.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, we don't know when these big things are going to occur, but if we were going to take a guess with some of the things that they've been writing in different articles and certain things that they've been letting out that they haven't admitted before, I would say we're probably closer than ever. I would say we're closer than ever.
You're breaking up a little bad.
I said I would say that we're closer than ever to getting, closer for this event to happen.
I agree. I had one person out of probably 30, 40 comments today. Only one person said, "You're spreading fear porn. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just scaring people." Really? No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. That's never been our point. It's never been any option at all.
We're not telling you to run out of your home today and run away from your house.
No.
As Terry's saying, he's bugging in. He thinks he can survive this event.
It is survivable, but you have to be ready. You have to be ready. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people, and probably 1 in 10 people are not going to be able to do much of anything. They're on disability, or they're in a place that they cannot get out of, and it's within the shore, between the shoreline and I-5, and they're not going to be able to do anything. They're sitting ducks.
But there are ways that you can make yourself more aware.
Yeah.
Just pay attention to some of these signs. As we've been telling a lot of people to, just look at simple dollar store items. There's a lot of items at a dollar store that could help you.
We've been talking about that a lot lately, too.
Yeah, because they even sell, larger plastic containers that you could store water in that are, full gallon-sized pitchers that are, completely closable and have, a water spout. You can buy those for $1 and get 2 of those, and now you have 2 gallons of water stored. Just from tap.
Exactly.
You have to be creative. Use containers you're already purchasing. Just be creative. You don't have to have fancy bottled water. Just save some water.
Yeah.
And there are, recipes, especially online, for how many drops, for long-term storage, of bleach that you can use. Just small drops.
Yeah.
That, with the eyedropper that can help sterilize your water for long-term storage.
Right. And that's what we've done here in our home. We've got 5-gallon barrels, stackable box-sized barrels.
Yep.
And they hold 5 gallons of water each. And we've got them stacked up. That's one way.
Yep.
The other way that I am going to put a drawing out on our Facebook page, on our web page, of how to build a cradle for a 50-gallon plastic drum, and make it sturdy enough to hold that 50-gallon plastic drum full of water. And before you fill it with water, you put a spigot on one side of it, one end of it, and on the other you put a hose bin, where you can attach a hose from your house and hook it up that way and fill up the barrel on one side and have the spigot on the other. So you can hook up another hose on the other side of the barrel to use to water your garden, your lawn, whatever you want to do. But the water is continually recycled. And once you hear that there's going to be a point of contamination of the water supply, you turn off the spigot from your house, you've got at least that 50-gallon drum or multiple 50-gallon drums you've built, all on these cradles you build on them, so they're off the ground, so they're not going to decay or anything else. And if you're right, if you do it right, you paint these drums before you even put them on the cradle, so they're protected from UV rays, so the sun is not going to break down the plastic in the barrel. And you've got fresh, uncontaminated water for a long time, for a good period of time.
Right.
Depending on the number of people in your home and the number of barrels you have, you could exist for quite a while just on the barreled water that you have, the water that you have in your hot water heater, and any other stored water that you might.
I was
be able
going to
have
say,
in your
don't
home.
forget the hot water heater. People forget about that one, but, you know, if you have a 110-gallon hot water heater and it's full at the time that it goes, you've got 110 gallons water.
Yeah, yeah, and you turn the water off outside your home, so it can't keep coming into your home from the street or wherever the hookup is, because each home has their own turnoff.
Yep.
Every home has their own water shutoff.
Oh,
usually
and
in
I
the
was
side or
telling
the front
people
yard.
in the chat on your program, for $3 at most hardware stores and even on Amazon, they have an emergency gas shutoff wrench that you can use in these type of emergencies. So let's say your hot water heater is gas powered and you want to turn the source of gas off because you want to eventually open this to get to the water. You don't want the pilot light or the gas that's stored in the gas hot water heater to blow you up. You get one of these gas shut-off emergency wrenches for $3. You could even carry one in your bug-out bag in case you got to somewhere where you needed to turn the gas off. But for $3, you can protect yourself.
Yeah,
And your
I've
family.
got one in my bag.
Yeah. And they're great just for, natural disaster in general. Earthquake or tornado comes and you need to shut off the gas for whatever reason. Bad storm comes through, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you can shut it off. What we need to tell people about shutting off their gas. You don't shut off your gas unless you smell a gas leak.
Yeah.
If you smell a gas leak, of course, turn it off. But do not turn it on by yourself. Call the gas company to come out and examine your meter and examine your house to make sure you don't have a leak. And if you do, you can get somebody out to fix that leak so it won't blow up, it won't continue to leak or poison you.
Yes.
Because that can happen too.
That's true.
But once you shut it off, don't turn it back on yourself. Make sure you call a qualified professional to come and turn it off
the
for
turn
you.
off wrench is not a turn on wrench, that's for sure. You're turning it off because you're concerned of, continuing gas seepage into your home, into a business, or, into a residence, like you said. It will need to be turned back on by the utility. But the fact that you could turn it off before they get there could be invaluable.
Yeah, it might save your life.
Yes.
It might save your life. And for as little as a $2.50 or $3 investment, you can't go wrong.
No.
You really can't. You're saving your life. You're saving your home. Saving a life is the number one thing.
Right.
But if somebody's home right now is worth thousands upon thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in most cases, if you save your lives by turning off your gas, imagine how many hundreds of thousands of dollars you're going to save from your home burning down.
Yep.
Or you shutting it off.
Well, because now they know these smart meters cause potential fire as well. And so if you can turn these off before you get a potential charge or discharge, it could help.
Right.
These are the, because you don't realize in a lot of these events, especially earthquake events, gas leaks could happen very quickly. And it could get to a point where local law enforcement might not be able to get to your area for shutoffs.
Correct. And heaven forbid that happening. Right now the average response time is anywhere from 7 to 15 minutes for local law enforcement to come to your house, or fire department.
Yep.
Fire department to get to your house. So,
you've got to think about what you can do for those 7 to 15 minutes. What's your plan?
Yeah.
Because those are up to you. Those minutes are up to you.
Yeah. You've got to do it. You have to do it. Time is life. That's how I see it. Time is life. When I was a police officer, I used to I used to monitor the time it took me to get from one call to the next. And sometimes it was a matter of distance, where I was at to where I needed to be. And that would average into the time spent in getting to that location. And I'd also make note of the place that I started from and the place I ended up at and put the time in. I always wrote it down. That way I could note exactly how long it took from point B or from point A to point B. And my average time was anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes. Now it's a lot different. Police work is a lot different because the communities have had to pare down the number of officers that they had to a place where now one officer has to service like 1,500 to 15,000 people, depending on what city, state, town it's in. And if that's the case, that officer might be in Buku, Egypt, and have to go to Buku, Iran, to take care of a call. And it's going to take longer. It's going to take longer distances and much more time for that officer to get to where you need him. And you have to really, and I'm making this sound very extraordinary because you're not going to go from Egypt to Iran.
Right.
But what I am saying is you need to know that there's not enough cops, and most people realize that, not everybody, but there are not enough cops to help you. And the fire departments are in the same boat. Last year we noticed, or we found out, that the city of Houston paired off 1,500 firefighters in the city of Houston. They laid them off because they couldn't afford to pay them. And the fire department hit the roof. They hit the roof, but it didn't change the circumstance. The city could not afford to pay to have those firefighters on the payroll. So 1,500 firefighters got laid off. What does that mean? That means longer response times. They had to shut down fire stations because they no longer had people to man those fire stations. And fire stations from a further distance away were now having to respond to cover that same area. So they're coming from a longer distance, no matter what. They're coming from a further distance, and it's taking them longer to get there. Now the average response time for a fire engine or a cop is 15 minutes. That's average, and it can be a lot more than that. Anymore, there is a thing with police that if they're tied up, if they have another call that's tying them up, or fire department. I remember there was one call that I had that the fire department paramedics were 30 minutes out. Private ambulances were not available because they were tied up on other calls. I had an extremely bad traffic accident I was at where a guy was bleeding profusely from his head, and I had to take emergency measures to stop the blood flow.
Right.
And yet, even though I was I was an EMT police officer, my police department had just changed the policy that we were no longer supposed to touch anybody. We're supposed to wait for an ambulance.
Right.
And this one night, the policy had changed just that afternoon. So all of a sudden now at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, I'm at an emergency scene where a guy's going to bleed out if I don't do something, and there are no ambulances available for at least 30 minutes. What am I going to do? I'm going to save the guy's life, and to hell with what the policy is. I don't care. The rule book was thrown out the window that night. I got hold of my police captain. I told him what I had, and what I was going to have to do, and he says, "Do it. Do it. Otherwise, I'm going to be responsible for some guy that's going to die on me, and then his family's going to sue me because I don't do anything." No, that ain't going to happen. And quite honestly, before I even called the police captain, my captain, I was already doing or administering emergency first aid to stop the bleeding.
Right.
I hadn't waited for my captain. I just called him to tell him what I had to do.
Right.
it wasn't necessarily asking permission, because I already knew that the permission would probably not be granted. It was, my captain granted it, but the police chief that day had said, you do it, you're fired.
Uh-oh.
And people that are listening, you're going to get mad about that. But there are still communities that are doing this. There are still police chiefs and mayors and town councils that are telling their police not to do anything. Tonight, again, before I went on the air with my program, tonight I read about a police chief that told his officers that they can't shoot anyone with a knife. Really? Well, police practice has been, if that person is within 20 feet, the knife wielder, the person with the knife that's coming after the cop, can kill that police officer if he gets within 20 feet of it. Within 3 seconds, that cop will be slashed, stabbed, and dead. Slashed, stabbed, dead in 3 minutes. The officer has no choice but to use force to match force at that point in time to protect his life and the life of others. So now this police chief in question had told officers in his department that they can no longer use force against someone coming at them with a knife. Really?
Wow.
Can you say that again? Say that one more time. I can't use force? Really? Bet me, because I'm going to use force, and if you try to fire me or take criminal charges against me, I'm going to sue the department, I'm going to sue the city, I'm going to sue whoever I can because of your bad decision. You're not going to take me down saving a life or save my own life. Sorry, ain't going to happen. That's what I told the police chief. And now, this information has gotten to the media. It's gotten to the media. And the entire country now knows about the stupid decision that the police chief made. And why is the police chief making that decision? Because there's so much hatred for police out there on the street by the far left-leaning people. They don't respect police, they're spitting the police, they're stabbing the cops, they're beating the cops, they're doing everything they can to either make the police job miserable or kill the cop. And how many police officers have been killed even in the last month? I can name about 10 of them. 10 officers have been killed here in the United States in the past 30 days. You tell me what's wrong with that number. Because the police departments are telling the police officers they can't act.
Right. First they taught them how to overreact. Now they're telling them not to act at all.
Yeah.
Which is a bad combination, I'll tell you why, from a civilian point of view. Because first you told them to overreact, and now you've got the people upset. People now feel that police are aggressive. People now feel that, they must take action against police. So first they taught the police to overreact. Now, So now everybody's expecting these real aggressive stances from police. So now when they interact with police, they overreact, and now police underreact, and now it's getting police hurt.
Right.
Because before, when police were overreacting, it was hurting civilians. Because they were taught how to be these, big military types and taught basically military policing. Which affected the level and quality of policing that happened in communities. Community policing left a lot of communities. People didn't have those interactions with officers like they needed. And then it became like a military interaction. And so people act militantly. They don't, when you pull aggressive, warlike tactics on people, people become warlike and aggressive. This is why places like New Orleans during Katrina and the Ninth Ward were very dangerous places, because these places already have had tumultuous experiences and already had police overreacting. So then when they had a chance to overrun the police, they did. Just like now, if police are underreacting or told to stand down from behaviors, people are going to take advantage of that.
Just unreal.
You know, and it's really no one's fault, especially for the civilians in the police situation. This has to do with police unions. This has to do with the upper managements of cities. This is where they have made decisions over many years that now have them in a world of hurt. And the answer isn't just to necessarily completely retreat.
Right.
There should be some place in the middle. Many states and places have, come up with like mental health task forces for people who are pulling knives on officers, and so we try to diffuse it before it gets to that level. We can't have people thinking they can overtake the police, but we can't have police thinking that they can take out anyone who is a threat either.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what I think we've lost in... There was a time in America where police had a conscious thought. They had a conscious thought about how this would look. And they didn't have complete immunity much like they do now. That creates sentiment of anger from communities. Police used to know that they would mess up or that this would be looked at in a certain way. But now almost all police realize that they have some level and form of immunity. And the story always is, I was scared. I was scared for my life. Why do all the good police who get caught up in bad situations end up dying, and all the guys with the same stories end up on trial?
Right.
I don't see a lot of real standing up like there used to be, where people tried to diffuse situations. I think there's a lot of quick thinking and just a lot of shooting, and not a lot of tactics that need to be used, like de-escalation techniques, a lot of negotiation techniques that could be used that aren't being used, and that weren't used for a long time, that's got people hardened to think they have to take themselves out by suicide by cop.
Right.
So I think that was done, too, to create tension between police and civilians as well.
Mm-hmm. You're right. You're absolutely right.
The more groups that you can have fighting, the better. And police are still receiving, military level equipment on a weekly basis. And Trump has wanted to make sure they continue to receive these things. But why? Who is starting riots in America where you need military level equipment?
George Soros.
Right.
That's number one.
Right. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, where are the people? I can understand if people have been rioting like they were in D.C. and stuff after the election, like they'd been doing that every single day for the last 3 years or something, why you might need that. But no one's actually rioting to the level that we need military level equipment in any city. So why are they continuing to get this equipment? Why are these places still being outfitted?
Yeah. I want answers to that too.
Yeah. Because and Trump's allowed it too. This is something that we need to bring up to Trump. Why are you allowing this against the people? Why do you think it's appropriate to have military grade equipment against we the people? We the people don't get military grade equipment. And it's actually told to us in the Constitution we're supposed to have the same as you. So How come you can have it and you can tell police, police all around the country, oh, we'll buy you this equipment, we'll just give it to you. It's surplus. Well, didn't we pay for it as the taxpayer to begin with? And we don't get any oversight because, like I said, police unions control the police. And we get no oversight as people. You can't even make a complaint against police in most local municipalities because of police unions. They've turned, unions aren't what they were. Unions used to be a place that people came together, right? And, like, preserved their rights. And used their leverage together instead of being picked off one by one. Well, now it works in reverse with police unions, pretty much. Now they feel like they have overarching power, and if anybody steps out of the status quo, well, now we're not protecting you. And I think that's a very, very dangerous element.
Right.
We had, much like when the mayor here said, hey, everyone who's a Minneapolis police officer, you can't wear your uniform to the Trump rally. And the police union decided, well, we're going to make t-shirts. And they tried to stop the sale of the t-shirts.
Right.
These are the things, or when an officer that we know has done wrong is in trouble, and they don't get charged because the police union says, oh, no, we make excuses for them. They get unpaid leave for a bajillion months till we figure it out. And then we can just make them resign. And then it's all fine because we're the police union. That needs to stop too. Police are trusted individuals in the community. They're not immune lords of the law.
Yeah.
We got to stop doing that. Yes, police should have some discretion because they are making decisions that regular civilians aren't. But when we start making them above the law to where they feel like if they are out on any call, they can pull a trigger and kill someone and just say, I was scared. That's going to create tension.
They're scared.
Right.
They have to be able to articulate.
Thank you.
Most of these cops are not that bright. I'm telling you, I'm speaking from experience with cops that are outright outlandish and stupid.
Yeah.
They thought they could get away with stuff, and they if an investigation is done, they try to say, well, I did it because of this. The investigation is going to be done, and the investigation is going to say, no, that didn't actually happen the way you said it did, and now you're under arrest. You're the one going to jail. And it's only going to take even a matter of hours, and that cop will also be going behind bars himself.
Well, see, and that needs to start happening more, but the protection of the unions and the way that they've turned themselves into little mafias is not allowing for the correct justice and for police to feel that if you do mess up, somebody is watching. There will be no I was scared excuse. When I was a kid, and from, everyone I've talked to about this, and I'm sure even you as a police officer, you're a police officer at one point in your life. Police officers were one of the most brave people we thought of as kids. That they go out and they put their lives on the line and they're brave as shit and they are like heroes and they're doing it and they're not scared bitches saying, I was scared, I just shot because I was scared. Like that just totally negates to me what a police officer is. I think of a police officer as someone with charisma and who isn't afraid, but it uses their intuition. So for all of these police officers across the country to say, oh, we just shot people, we were afraid. Like the man who was shot in his own apartment, or the woman, the woman of color that was shot in Texas, that was in her own home and was killed. And all these cops are just like, I'm scared. Or the Justine woman who was killed here in Minneapolis, who was from Australia, who was killed by the Somalian police officer. Well, I was scared.
Right. Somebody
hit my vehicle and I was scared. Somebody hits your vehicle and you're scared. That's what makes you scared? And you're a police officer in Minneapolis, And there's like murders and drug dealers and everything else running, and somebody hitting your vehicle scared you. That made you jump out of your vehicle and shoot a woman.
Yeah. Sorry, you can't do that either.
No. Unless, what are we teaching these candidates that just don't have enough intuition or senses about them to understand a situation before they're pulling the trigger? Or is it negligence? Right. Is it just straight negligence?
Yeah.
You know how
that's negligence.
Yeah, because how easy is it now, like I said, to just say, oh, I was scared.
Yeah. You can be scared and scared. But honestly, when you go through the police academy, you're put through so much training. There's so many hours of use of force policies that are reviewed and pounded into your skull.
Yeah.
There's so many hours of shoot, don't shoot situations that are shown to you, and the situation is shown to you, and you have a matter of seconds to make the decision in a classroom whether you're going to shoot or don't shoot. In these shoot or don't shoot situations, in the classroom, where a live size video is being shown to you on the wall of a classroom, and you have a gun with rubber bullets in it, and you have to fire at that video, at that presentation, at the bad guy on the video. You have seconds to make a split-second decision on whether you're going to shoot or don't shoot, given that scenario. And there's like 20 or 30, maybe even more by now.
Right.
I remember when we started, there was like 20 or 30 different scenarios. There's probably tons more now.
Oh, yeah,
but
sure.
You're put in these shoot or don't shoot situations. And yes, there were times I didn't shoot, and yet there were times I did shoot. In a couple situations, I shot. And the expert showing you the shoot or don't shoot scenario and that's judging you. One was a little old lady that was being held at gunpoint right in front of you on the screen. And she has a bag of groceries. Should you shoot the bad guy behind her that's got a gun pointed at her head or whatever? Or do you try to de-escalate the situation, even though it's already to the point of almost no return? Do you try to de-escalate the situation, try to take a chance of you saving that little old lady's life, hoping that guy doesn't shoot her? Or do you try to shoot the bad guy and hopefully not hit her? And I'm telling you about a real life shoot don't shoot situation that I was given.
Right.
And I shot the bad guy.
Yeah.
And even though I was still able to, I did. I took out the bad guy. I hit the bad guy. That's how good a shot I was. But the scenario said, don't shoot.
Right.
The chance of that bad guy still taking her out is great, even if you do shoot. I shot and took out the bad guy. But the answer to the scenario was don't shoot.
Right.
And I got my hands slapped, and I also got an attaboy over that, because I was good enough shot where I was able to take out the bad guy.
Right.
But there are a lot of police that aren't that good. And later, after I'd been out on the street quite a while, I started training cops. I was on the shooting range and training cops how to shoot and teach them how to be better shots. But that's only because I was who I was. One, I was the type of cop that I was, and two, I was just that good. But there are not that good of cops out on the street. I'm sorry, they're not. Not even in my department that I worked for. There were supervisors that should never have been police officers. yet alone being supervisors at that point in their life and career. They should never have been promoted. They should never have been there. And I could tell you horror stories. I could tell the public horror stories about at least 2 officers that had been promoted into positions of trust that were later fired because they were not trustworthy. And they were committing crimes, and they were setting up other officers to fail. Setting up other officers, given a situation, that those officers could die because of what that training officer did. I'm serious. I saw it. One of my former training officers, when I was first a police officer, was a bad cop. And he was fired because of the things that he did. But he discriminated against me because I was a white boy and he was a black boy. I'm serious, there's racial discrimination going on there. I was not allowed to use a typewriter to type up my reports. I had to handwrite them because he was discriminating against me. And I wasn't supposed to say anything at all. I could not report him at the time. But he was setting me up to fail. And finally, I got tired of it because I thought I'm going to be kicked out of the department because of this train officer. I'm not even being given a chance.
Right.
And so I did report him. And I was told by the police chief then, you know you can be fired for reporting him, right? I said, really? Go ahead and fire me then. And all of a sudden that police chief started backtracking. And I knew right then and there where this was going to go. I said, go ahead, make my day, fire me. You better do it now. Instead of firing me, they put me with somebody else. I passed from training lickety split. And later, about a month later, that same officer that had screwed around with me and had done things that he shouldn't have done was with another police officer trying to train that new cop. And he put himself in a position and did something really bad that injured a doctor. And finally, that bad cop got fired. And I'm going, it took somebody nearly getting killed for that cop to be fired. Really.
And I think that's happening in a lot of places too. And, you know, some of these cultures that probably shouldn't have been allowed to exist have been allowed to exist, and now people are having issues.
Yeah, exactly. But I vowed at that point in time that I would never be that kind of cop. I would never lie. I would never try to cheat on my wife, my department, my anything. That I would give everybody the benefit of the doubt in almost any situation. And yeah, that benefit of doubt nearly got me killed a couple times.
Yeah.
I should not even be here. But I gave people the benefit of a doubt. I trusted people that I probably should never have trusted. But I always erred on the side of caution. And almost in every situation, I was right. I worked through the situation, and I saved lives. There were times I should have shot and killed people, and I didn't do it. I saved their life. I put them in jail. And I was even told by many times when the case was reviewed, you had every right to shoot and kill him. I said, I didn't have to. I didn't have to take that man's life. I was able to de-escalate the situation and bring him into custody. And I actually got applauded for that situation. They were going to try to suspend me over that because I didn't shoot him. I'm going, this is just wrong. This whole thing is wrong. How can you discipline a person for not using deadly force?
Right? Wouldn't you want them to use their best judgment or better judgment, or you would think?
Yeah, you would think. And that's my whole point. You would think. But the way the laws are written up, and now, and I hate saying this, because I love everybody, and you know that. You and I've gotten to that level where you know that.
I do.
But I personally have gotten to the level right now in my life where if I was given the opportunity to become a police officer again, I'd turn it down. I'd walk away. I wouldn't want to put on a uniform given in our present environment and society. It would be too dangerous for me to risk my life, put on a uniform, and go out and try to enforce the law. Mm-hmm. I personally wouldn't do it.
Right.
And yet, I will tell you, I value life more than anything else in the world. I would do anything to save a life. I would do anything to bring somebody happiness and joy. That's just who I am. But I would not put on a uniform again if you paid me. Paid me tons of money, a lot more money than I ever got paid. And the folks, for those of you that are listening, when I first became a cop, police were getting paid $13 an hour. And that was in San Diego. That's a non-livable wage. Police were told that they could not have a second job, but 90% of us did. 90% of us had to have a second job or we wouldn't survive. Or we had to have a spouse or other person that had to work one or two jobs to be able to survive themselves too. $13 an hour in San Diego is nothing. It's crap. Yes, it later went up.
Oh yeah, crap. Even now you need to make like $20-$30 an hour to even make it. Even try. And that's like an apartment. You know, that's not even anything nice, you know?
Yeah. And yet, tonight, right after I got off my show, somebody had sent me an article about a department asking for people that are EMTs or above, EMTs or paramedics, and the department's only paying $9.42 an hour.
$9.42 an hour? They could work at Jamba Juice or something for $9.42 an hour. Like,
yeah. How could you survive as an EMT/paramedic on $9.42 an hour?
You know, that's probably how much they paid my buddy, you know, out in Ohio. They don't pay some of these volunteer guys very much at all. And then they want them, you know, and then they only want them to work, you know, maybe a couple nights a month, and so they never get benefits, and, you know, it's really a racket.
Yeah. And a few years ago when I was still doing other things, I was no longer a cop, but I was doing other things.
Right.
I happened to be a scout leader. I've been a Boy Scout leader off and on all my life.
Oh, right.
Either a cub master, a den leader, a scout master, assistant scout master, assistant district commissioner. I've worked at a lot of different levels in scouting.
Oh, that's great.
But in this case, I was asked to go to a cub day camp where Cub Scouts had a day camp where they learned skills and earned earned badges towards advancement in their Cub Scouting program. This is quite a few years ago.
Right.
4 or 5 years ago, at least. But I was asked to go there because I had tenure in the scouting program. And so I went there, and there just happened to be paramedics and firefighters there. And I got into a discussion with these men, and they told me they were making $10 an hour as a firefighter. They were mandatory 35 hours a week. making $10 an hour. Most of them work for another department for another $35 an hour just to make ends meet. So now they're working 70 hours a week at $10 an hour.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
There's so much wrong with that.
What's wrong with that?
You know, there's so much wrong with that. You know, they should be getting paid a decent wage to protect, you know, all the other people. You would think that a firefighter would get paid $30 an hour. You know,
right.
You would think that it's a higher end paying job, you know, not the highest end, you know, but like $30 an hour you'd think. And overtime they'd get more, and you know. but yet there are police in California.
They sacrifice their lives and their families to be able to provide a service to the public to save lives, and yet they have to work 2 and 3 jobs in order to do it.
Yet there are police officers in California who last year, because of the fires, they said one department in particular, there were police officers who made $338,000 in overtime.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's something wrong with that. Especially when EMTs and firefighters are considered first responders.
Right. And they are. They are first responders.
You know.
I will vouch for that fact.
Well, and you know, when they're sent, you know, like let's say a medical call is sent. Who do they send? A firefighter and a EMT. Yeah. And then they might send police too, because they do have small bags in their vehicles to take care of small medical concerns. But if they're really sending like a medical first responder, that's going to be either the EMT or the firefighter.
Right. In San Diego years ago, it was dangerous enough where every fire call, it was required a police officer escort them to the fire.
Right.
If there was a medical call, police officers escorted the fire department and the ambulance, because there was a fire truck responding as well as an ambulance to every medical call.
Yep.
And yet police officers had to escort them there because it was too dangerous sometimes. Sometimes the fire department would get shot at when they arrived. That's why they'd send cops, well-armed cops, sometimes many cops, not just 1 or 2. They'd send a whole squad of cops to that location. And that was protocol.
Yeah.
And if the cops weren't en route, the fire department had to stand down until the cop was available.
Yep. And that's true.
True story.
Yeah. And yet now we treat them like they don't deserve equal pay to police officers or those members of law enforcement. And I think that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Those poor firefighters. San Diego, the firefighters get paid a lot more than they do here in Salt Lake.
Right.
Salt Lake is sick. The wages are sick.
Yeah, I think they even get $16 here locally. You can get $16 an hour. It's like $16.82 or something an hour for a volunteer firefighter around here.
Yeah, they should be getting that.
And that's not terrible. You know what I mean? That's a decent wage. You know, that's not even any overtime. That's just, you know, what they pay you per hour if you come in and you volunteer. And, you know, let's say you do 20 hours a month. You know, you could maybe live off a side job like that.
Yeah.
It makes it worth it to come in.
Yeah. In San Diego, where my son lives, he's a firefighter paramedic down there. He's making decent money.
That's good. But San Diego is very expensive too, though. I have a friend down there. She moved from Missouri to San Diego, and she, you know, I think she might be your age, Ron. She's got adult children. She lived in San Diego as a child, and then now has moved back. Most of her family lives there, you know, has, you know, good connections there. And, you know, even she was surprised how much, how expensive it is out there. from moving
Yeah,
back
it's
from
very
the
expensive.
Midwest to now living out there, rebuying a house out there and reclaiming roots, and just day-to-day living has been quite expensive.
Yeah, quite expensive. It's hard. It's hard.
It's similar in San Francisco, I hear.
Yeah, it is. Just to give you an idea of the quality of cops, I told you there were a couple bad cops in my department, and there were probably a few more than that I'm not even talking about. 2 really bad guys in my department. But there's also people that I didn't really admire, but I didn't hang out with them either.
Right.
I had to work with them sometimes. I didn't really like them, but I didn't hang out with them either. But this one time, I found out that I misjudged one of the cops. And she normally worked day shift, and I worked swings. I worked swings almost my entire career, except for a few days when they needed somebody else on the day shift, and I was asked to help cover shifts. So that day, on my day off, I'd work a day shift. That didn't happen very often. But this one time, I was assigned with this one lady, and I really didn't admire her. She was always getting in trouble and this and that. But this one night, we got a call, and it was late at night, it was dark, and we got a call to this dirt gravel parking lot. And it was a person that needed medical assistance, bleeding out. That's the call it was, bleeding out. And I thought, oh my gosh, what are we going to see? And as Cindy, and her name was Cindy, I won't give her any last names. But Cindy and I got there, and we looked at each other, and we couldn't believe what we saw. There were huge puddles of blood in this dirt and gravel parking lot. Huge puddles of blood. And we thought, okay, there's been something major happen here. And so we called for assistance, but for about 10 or 20 minutes, we couldn't even get backup. We had to proceed and find out what had happened. And all we had was our vehicle headlights that panned across the parking lot. And we parked our vehicles so one vehicle was showing this one direction this way, and the other vehicle was crossing the headlights of my car in this other direction. So we had wider vision of light. Because it was dark, there was no lights at all, period.
Right.
None. But anyway, we found this guy that had been pistol whipped. And again, this is somebody that I had misjudged. And I apologized later. In fact, later that night, she and I talked for hours, literally hours. And we both cried over it. But she got down, this guy had lost so much blood, and we called for paramedics to meet us out there to try to rescue this guy. And Cindy got down and sat down in the dirt in her uniform, pulled this guy that was nearly dead into her arms and cradled him in her arms and talked to him and kept him alive. He was transported. We tried to stabilize him. The paramedics finally stabilized him, gave him all sorts of blood, and got him stabilized, and we transported him to the hospital. And Cindy and I, again, escorted the ambulance to the hospital. And the doctor said that Cindy's actions saved the guy's life. He would have bled out if she hadn't done what she did. Because she talked to him. She kept his mind active, where he was listening to her. And she kept him alive. Like I said, later that night, we talked for hours, the two of us. And after that, we became best of friends.
Right.
Because the things that I had heard about her weren't that good. Some of the things I had seen that she had done weren't that good. But I found out what kind of woman she really was, what kind of cop that she really was. And my opinion totally changed of her. What I'm saying, folks, to everybody, please, I don't care who this person is, whether they're black, green, purple, blue, whatever, don't misjudge that person. No matter what they have done or what they could have done, don't misjudge this person. Because you don't know. You don't really know who they really are. Yes, I painted a picture of two bad cops, and they were bad. They were very bad.
Right.
Cindy wasn't very bad. She had just done some things I didn't agree with that were not, fortunately for her, they weren't fatal conditions that would have led to her death or somebody else's. But she had done some things that I'm going, oh man, this could have happened. And I was right, this could have happened. But her basic level of, one, training, and two, her level of humanity gave me such absolute respect for this woman, this cop, this person, this savior of men. Now, I'm not talking about Christ. I'm talking about somebody that was a first responder that knew and took life and situations seriously and saved people's lives. She really did. And some others, she saved other people's lives, not to that extent. But I really found out who this kind of person was. Who this person was, not kind of person, who this person was. And I misjudged her for years. Years. I heard people talk smack about her. I heard all sorts of stuff. I saw all sorts of stuff. But I misjudged her. I misjudged the person she was. She actually turned out to be a very, very fine individual. So I don't care whether it's a police officer, whether it's a firefighter, paramedic, or Joe Blow, the ragman that working behind a cash register. Please, 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 don't misjudge them. Give them a chance. Give them the benefit of a doubt. They may be having a bad day.
True.
Or certain things may have gone wrong in their life. They may have gotten in a fight with their spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend or whoever.
True.
Don't misjudge them.
Yeah.
You know,
try to give it the best chance you can. I mean, obviously, you can only hold strong for so long, but, that is very true. You don't know on a certain day where people are coming from.
Yeah. I've seen the bad, I've seen the good, and I've seen the ugly.
Right.
I was told by my father a lot of years ago, being a police officer, you're going to see the worst of society. And I don't think you can handle it, Ron. My young father said he didn't think I could handle it. But he said, I believe in you. But if it ever gets to the point where you're not having an influence on the people you either work with or the people you're working for, run. Run away as far and as fast as you can. I should have run many times. I had other officers that did run as far and as fast as they could away from the job. And we had talked. All of us had talked about running. My captain, who I called that night to say that I was going to save this guy's life, he ran because he was being persecuted by that bad police chief that we had had. He ran. A man that I admired as a sergeant, he had been my sergeant before I was promoted. He turned out to be my best friend, even before he left the department. But when he left, when Bill left, I'm going, oh my gosh, my best friend is gone. I no longer have anybody to confide in. Well, I had one other cop in my department at the time I could. He was my best friend. He was everything. But Bill had been my best friend too. But when he quit, I'm going, there's nobody left. And I was so grateful. I was so grateful that years later that things worked out where they were getting rid of a bunch of us that had tenure. And I knew I could survive even without the job. Somewhere I was going to get the money, I was going to survive, and I did. But I was so grateful when they finally said, "See you later." I didn't have to quit.
Right.
I knew when I reached age 67, I'd get my pension.
Right.
And I'm still quite a few years away from getting my pension. Okay? But at some point I'll get my pension. But I was grateful that they said, "See you later." They didn't fire me. They didn't fire any of us, but they had to let us go because President Obama had cut the budget,
Right.
cut the law enforcement budget. They were laying off cops and firefighters right and left. But I was grateful because no longer would I have to be subject to stupid people making stupid decisions that would affect me and everybody else's life, including the people that I was trying to serve. So now I can make decisions for people in a righteous manner of my own,
Yep.
where I wasn't taking anybody's life in danger, and I wasn't being placed in danger myself, or placing myself where I can go to jail.
Well, that too.
I didn't falsify documents. I didn't falsify reports. I testified in court to what I saw and what I did and what happened. But I
Right.
never lost my job over it. And I survived. But I'm grateful now that I was given an out when I had it. I probably should have taken it long before, along with Bill and my captain and a few others that had quit. But we all do what we have to do for the circumstances that we're in. But you have to protect yourself, folks. You have to protect yourself and protect the lives of your family as well. It's not just you that's out on the street carrying a badge. Your family is also carrying that badge behind you.
That's true.
You have to protect yourself and protect them. And by protecting them, you may have to quit.
Yeah. I
You may
mean,
have to protect yourself.
sometimes that is the answer.
You know? I'm philosophizing now. I can do that because I don't have to wear the badge and I don't have to fear for my life.
True.
But I'm just telling you guys. One, so you'll know what the cops go through, and two, the police and firemen out there that are listening to our program. I've got your back.
Yeah.
I've got your six, and I'm trying to make sure that everybody has your six. We're behind you. We stand with you. You have our support, and you have our undying love for what you're doing, serving our community and serving our nation. And for that, I take my hat off to you. I salute you. God bless you. You know, I don't know. That's just how I feel.
Well, it's true. I mean, as long as they're the good type that are following, the rules and believe in patriots and, want to do things right and don't want to see the corruption that we're seeing right now and don't want to see the damage that's being done to our country, then yes, absolutely.
Yeah. You need to stand up and be counted, folks. We cannot let these politicians take away everything that we hold near and dear to our hearts. We can't let them take away our families. Because guess what? Our children are still going to have to live in this world that we've made for them, where these politicians have made for us.
Yeah.
These people are elected to represent us, and they're taking us down the holy road to hell. And it's got to be stopped. And it's up to you and I to stand up and be counted, and yes, to lead a revolution.
Yep.
Just like we talked about earlier. We have to lead a revolution to stop the insanity. We need to do it for us. We need to do it for our spouse. We need to do it for our kids, our grandkids, and their grandkids.
Yeah.
We have to save this country that was given to us.
Well,
It was given to us.
It was given, yes, and it was set with, a set of laws that are supposed to be unalienable and from God.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we can't let a group of greedy people think that they can take it away from us because we're not paying attention.
Yeah. It's time to wake up.
They
And you're not
believe
gonna like
we
to
don't
smell
pay
the
attention. And for the most part, we don't.
No. We're asleep. Every day we wake up, we're still asleep. We're not seeing the picture.
Because, they're about to shut down and potentially take out Trump. And I don't think they realize that any other election will be real again.
Yeah.
They take out Trump,
Folks,
the people's choice, that 60 million Americans voted in, and they just nullify our choice. I don't think they understand what that actually brings as a climate.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you what it brings. If they take out Trump, there never will be another president.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
what it boils down to. You will never see another president of this country because these people want to take this country out. They don't want this country to exist. They want a new one world order to come in where there's a one world government, and they don't care about the rest of us. They don't care. We will have no representation at all. They can tell us what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. They can tell you to show up at some camp, to put you behind bars and put you to death, just like happened in Germany during the Nazi era.
Right.
They don't care about you. They don't care how you die either.
That's true.
They don't.
They just
We
want you
want
to be one less.
Our families to face this. I don't want my family to face this. I don't want my dear friend Scarlett to face this or her family.
No.
No way. None of us do.
But this could happen.
Yes,
If
it
we
could.
keep letting our friends and families get picked off, whether it's through the medical freedom revolution, and medical tyranny, where they feel like with SB 276 in California that they can, take the rights away from parents and force mandatory vaccinate and not let children into schools without vaccinations, and they can control your life and take your property. When we start allowing that and we start believing, it's for the greater good, it's, for the larger betterment of the group, then they can start picking off who's next. Well, what's the next issue we want to go after? And who's the next group that we can make vulnerable? That's what these people think about.
You're right. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing. And any listening post, by the way, just about 40 minutes from here, there's an NSA listening post. And I know for a fact that they monitor our calls. They monitor what we're doing. So those of you in the listening post, hello.
Bernie Sanders came out tonight and said we need to stop systematic listening of Americans.
Really?
Yeah. Even though he's been around since NSA was created, but
Right. Here we have a Big Brother listening post. I have a Big Brother listening post literally right down the street, 40 minutes from here. And you over in Minnesota and me here, you're being monitored too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Big time.
Everyone is.
But folks, everybody is. We've got to stop what's going on. And we don't have much time to do it.
No.
We've got to take the bull by the horns. I'm telling you, we've got to take the bull by the horns, or we're going to get skewered.
Well, and this is why I
And
say we
don't
got to
have any
start
tools.
making groups in our areas and where we congregate so that we can start getting closer together.
Yeah,
Because I think that's
really
the only
true.
way.
Yeah.
The further they
It's
keep
very,
us from
very
each other, the easier it
Yeah.
is to control us.
Yeah, exactly. Build your tribe, folks. Build your tribe.
And we'll help you do that.
Surround yourself. Yeah. Surround yourself with good people. Make sure you have at least an inner circle of people that you can trust, and make sure they're with you. Build your inner circle. Invite people to listen to our programs. Make sure that they know what you stand for. And invite them to listen to our programs like Clarity After Dark. This is awesome. This is a learning area for all of us. And we're trying to help
we talk
each
about
other.
all different types of things, you know.
Yeah.
Some nights we talk about, you know, metaphysical things. Some nights we talk about, you know, topics such like this. One topic I wanted to bring up is they are renaming rosemary.
Really?
Yes. And I found this fascinating.
Wow,
So
I
we're...
just did that.
Yeah, so it came from, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to pull up the article. Because I guess they have found out, after 200 years, okay, it's not rosemary. Yeah. So, rosemary is not a separate species of plant after all. It is a sage. The Royal Horticultural Society is ruled, and they tell gardeners to change their plant labels. The RHS is to adopt a change in the scientific name for rosemary after research that shows it is in fact a salvia or a sage. In technical terms, In technical terms, it will now be known as Salvia rosmarinus rather than Rosmarinus officinalis, but its common name, rosemary, remains unchanged. This is a significant change, where the plant has been known as Rosmarinus officinalis since 1753, when the international system of naming plants began, and salvia and rosemary were deemed to be two different genera. Although they have always been thought to be similar, a difference in the stamens of the plant was held to be enough to view them as separate plant types. However, this difference has now been found to not be significant enough to rule them as distinct. The RHS will now be changing all of its plant labels in gardens and shops, although they acknowledge that some gardeners may think they're meddling for meddling's sake. A spokesperson explained when plant changes, name changes happen, there is sometimes confusion or resistance by gardeners, simply owing to something having been known as something for so long. The change will appear in the next edition of the RHS Plant Finder, the definitive guide to the cultivated garden and the plants available to buy in the UK, and precedes publication of the charity's Rosemary Plant Trial, which recommends those plants perform best in UK gardens. Not everyone will approve of this change, said John David, head of horticultural taxonomy at the RHS, the scientific name of a much-loved garden plant, but it is important that our naming system reflects the latest science. Otherwise, it stands to lose its meaning. Rosemary is one of the most popular garden plants in the UK, and gardeners may be surprised and interested to know that it is so closely related to the culinary sage, Salvia officinalis, that it is now put in the same genus, having been considered a different genus, Rosmarinus, for over 200 years. Understanding plant interactions and therefore their uses, which is reflected in the scientific name they carry, could inspire more people to grow for people and planet. We're certainly not meddling for meddling's sake by adopting this name change, but reflecting the latest research that could help us in conserving gardens for the future.
oil.
Yeah, so isn't that fascinating? So I don't know why people are getting upset. I mean, they just tested it and found it that it's, actually not a separate plant. And sorry, people. They don't know what to tell them. And I could actually see it being a salvia plant or a sage in the way it grows, just with different, stalks. I can see that.
Yeah.
I mean, and if it was named in 1753, this is why I brought this up to you the other night when I was on your program, how I was like, science isn't settled. I'm really tired of that. And science isn't concrete. It's evolving. Because look, even when something was named in 1753, people are like, don't change it. Well, if science has come and found that we have evolved, and it is not what we thought it was, we owe it to ourselves to change it.
Right.
Like they said, the common name rosemary won't change, just its official plant name and genus. So you'll still call it rosemary, but it'll just be known as Salvia rosmarinus instead of Rosmarinus officinalis. Yeah. Of which, I mean, I feel like there's a few other names for it as well. Because, no, this is Rosmarinus officinalis. Because I have some rosemary oil. I love rosemary oil. It smells great. It's very refreshing. Yeah, it's it smells very similar to eucalyptus.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever smelled...
Rosemary smells, what was I just thinking? It smells refreshing to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is very refreshing.
That's how I look at it.
Yeah, if you've ever, gotten rosemary oil, which I don't know if you've ever, ordered any, but I have some.
I've got some.
Yeah.
I've got some here.
And I was just, because it's also good for memory, when you smell it. It's good for memory, good for a lot of other things, but I like it, like I said, for when everybody in my house has, congestion, because you can use it on littles instead of eucalyptus.
Yeah.
But it's a great oil, and so, yeah, now it's just going to be different, and that's all right. Because in Young Living and all the oil people just have to start calling it Salvia rosmarinus and get over it. Still can be called rosemary, though. So we'll look at it, and everybody will be like rosemary. So I don't know why it's not like they're trying to change the name. It's not like it's going to be called rose carrots or something. Now we have to change it. It's still rosemary. So let's calm down. But, this just, it bothers me because, you know what? This is the same thing. This is how, Darwin's theory of evolution took hold. And yet it was never based in true science. So if people don't adopt the name change of rosemary, we will lose a whole part of history that people just refuse to acknowledge.
That's wild.
Yeah, we can't do that. So, okay, because, you know what I mean? I'm okay with, disputing science or looking at... But, okay, when they're just coming out and saying, hey, we tested this plant. We've decided that what makes a plant is different than 1753. Work with us. And people are like, no, it must not change. Because I will no longer know the botanical name for something. We've gone too far. Mm-hmm. We're splitting hairs. We're not, if we can't even, the little science that they are trying to leak out to us, if we can't even be receptive of it, this is why they tell us nothing.
It's possible that's why. You're right.
Yeah. Because look, people don't even want to change the name of rosemary when they hear it.
Yeah. It's insane. It's getting crazy. No, not getting. It already is crazy.
isn't it? So, yeah, I thought that was an interesting article that people needed to know.
Yeah, I agree.
The U.S. also lifted the old ban on old-style light bulbs. So that is good.
I agree.
With the incandescents. Yeah. I mean, Thomas Edison came up with incandescents. Why would you think that's a bad idea? Just saying.
They wanted this new light bulb that, this is the best, this is everything.
And it's poisonous and deadly.
Most dangerous thing that they could have done.
Yes.
And yet, how many households still have these lights in their homes?
Mm-hmm. Compact fluorescents.
I had a light bulb recently in my office. It turns out it was burned out, but as it turns out, it was one of those dangerous mercury-laden bulbs. And if you smash it, you have to call the fire department hazmat team to come out and clean it up because it has dangerous amounts of mercury in it.
Yeah, now they act like you can do it yourself because they sell kits to do it because it's so popular because now you can, save money by just getting these, these light bulbs that cost you $20 that last longer, supposedly. Yeah. I've just never been happy with them. Now, they do make some plastic LEDs now, and I do appreciate the LED versus the compact fluorescent CFLs, because those are the ones that have the mercury in them. The LED aren't, and they do make some shatter-resistant versions. But those are, like I said, still $20 a bulb. When incandescents used to be cheap. Yeah, the glass would break, but you had the filament inside. That had been working for like 125 years. Like the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right. And we were doing just fine. I don't think incandescent light bulbs were really taking that much percentage of power to where it was really affecting people's light bills.
No.
I really don't.
No.
I haven't seen this savings that everybody claims to get either.
No.
Did you hear about the fireball in Salem, Oregon?
Yeah, I did. Did you hear about the meteor that went over Ireland tonight?
I did not.
Yeah, big fireball over Ireland tonight, yeah.
That's interesting.
That happened about, I want to say 8 p.m. our time, or that's when I started getting the message. And I actually looked at it after I got off my show about 9:30, quarter to 10 Mountain Time. That's where I live, guys, in Salt Lake City, Utah. But that's when I found out about it. I'm going, holy crap. I think it was in a place called Killarney, or some place that started with a K, Killarney or something, Ireland. You guys can look it up. Quite a story. A fireball over Oregon. Did you folks also realize that the story that they said about a nuclear explosion in the South China Sea probably didn't happen?
Really?
Yeah, it probably did not happen.
Interesting.
Yeah. Probably didn't. I question whether it did or didn't because we're always giving false information, we're always given false information. And so when the semi-truth or their explanation comes out, I don't trust it. There's a reason why I don't trust it. But they claim now that this explosion never happened. I think it did, and they're just saying it didn't happen. That's my own feeling. There was too much going on when that first one happened, and the more I dug, the more information I found, and now they're saying it probably did not happen. Oh, really? Then why are there the radiation spike? Why did the radiation spike when it did, and why did it spike to such a height where they thought it might endanger people?
Right.
So are we being told the truth, or are we being told another lie to cover up something that they didn't want to get out, and once it's out of the bag, they want to dismiss it now? What is the true story, and how are we going to receive it? I don't trust them. I've got good reason not to trust them. But it was the same old thing that happened over in northern Russia when a submarine supposedly caught fire and burned, and 8 or 10, 12 people, whatever it was, aboard that Russian sub died. And now they're saying, that happened, but why? By the way, why were you down there? Now it's come out that that submarine was a special class of Russian submarine that could cut underwater transatlantic cables, or underwater cables, period. And they were testing whatever it would take to take out another country's ability to respond to a disaster. Yeah, they want to cut off our internet, our telephones, our radios, everything. They want to keep us in the dark. You know, I question everything. Going back, and no, I don't necessarily believe everything he says. And he said, don't believe him. Glenn Beck said, absolutely do not believe him. But question boldly. Question boldly is what Glenn Beck said several years back. And ever since he said that, everything I hear, I question boldly. Did this really happen? Is this something that really needs to be done? I question everything. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I question it. So, make up your own minds, folks. Make up your own minds. Do what you feel is best. Whether it's accepting that rosemary is really rosemary, but by a slightly different name, genus name.
Right.
Or
whatever it is.
Why Ron and Scarlett are friends. Question it, please. Oh, gosh.
Well, I mean, I think that we shouldn't just be so stubborn. We need to be open-minded.
Yes.
Have cognitive dissonance. I mean, we're not necessarily going to believe them when they come out and say things like, us using fetal tissue is the best thing in the whole wide world because then we can make vaccines and test crazy drugs. Okay, calm down. But rosemary changing names, I think we can handle that as a scientific discovery. So let's, we got to pick and choose what's best.
Right. Question boldly, folks. Pick and choose the things that you know to be right.
Right.
Pick the battles you can fight. And then fight them hard.
Find something to be passionate on. Absolutely. That should be important.
Yeah. Be passionate. Be passionate. Know what is right. Find out in your own mind what is right. I mean, God, it's like Gomer Pyle used to say on Andy and Mayberry or whatever the show it was at the time. Well, golly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some things were him at that time for him, that era. And yes, he was playing a character, but it was still the same. He's the same kind of person we are today. We might hear golly, but what are we actually hearing? What does it mean? What does it really mean? Question it. Work with it. Find out what is true. And then hold fast. Fight passionately for it. Hold on. Hold on. Get on the crazy train and run.
Exactly. I think that people need to be thinking about what can they become passionate in and do something about it. You know, when we've got presidential candidates saying, just take your, income that we'll give you and everybody's going to get, universal basic income and then you have to do nothing. And I don't think that's necessarily the way to go.
No, it's not. Because then there's no incentive for anybody to do anything. None. You take people's will away, their desire to do things. You tell them, well, you don't have to do anything. We're going to give you this kind of salary or this kind of money or whatever. Why? What's the motive? Why are you doing it? You're taking away my desire to work. You're taking away and saying you don't have to do anything. It's called greed. Are we going to buy into the case of greed and become greedy? Oh yeah, just gimme what's in it for me. That's never been part of my life and never will be. I want to work for what I get. I want to be proud of the work that I've done, knowing that I've done the very best I possibly could. And no, I don't want to hurt anybody. That's the other part of me. I don't want to hurt anybody. No way. Be the best possible person you can be. And be proud of it. Be proud of it. Make your kids, your wife, your spouse, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your lover, whatever. Make them proud of the person that you are. And be the kind of person you want to be. That's the other side. Be the kind of person you want to be.
True. Be the change you want to see, only, your vibe, reflects your tribe, however you want to, bring it up.
Exactly. By the way, it was Kilkenny, Ireland, Kilkenny, where that meteor exploded over.
Oh, okay.
Big fireball.
What is this? Optimum West Coast quake opportunity. Who did this? This is like Terrell Blackstar stuff. The Great Shift just posted like a screenshot, but I don't know if this is like Terrell Blackstars or what. But there's a watch going through the 10th of December for a quake watch.
Wow.
Yeah, just because of some Earth. Yeah, look. Yeah, this Terrell Blackstar, because there's the Black Star. He shows it. So it's got to be a screenshot of Terrell Blackstar. But interesting, because that is similar to the time that Terry Rumpel is also talking about Cascadia.
Right.
Ooh. So, isn't it? We'll have to look into that. Because that just literally... Yeah, that was just literally posted 9 minutes. Heads up West Coast. Looks like we made it past tonight's midnight alignment window. The next alignment for the West Coast with both stars is December 9th at midnight local time. Check out Terrell's latest report.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a lot of planetary alignments going on right now, too.
Mm-hmm.
And what's between now and the 27th. Those planetary alignments, well, we've got quite a few things going here. First off, we've got planetary alignments, since I'm talking about it. Second, we've got the solar wind that hit us yesterday and will be with us probably for another 2 or 3 days. Yes, we've had an increase in earthquakes, seismic events. We had, by the way, if somebody didn't already know about it, we had another 5.0 earthquake that hit in El Salvador tonight. In El Salvador. Not at sea, but in El Salvador. large earthquake hit earlier this evening. Before that, there had already been 5.0 or greater earthquakes around the Pacific Rim today. There have also been, I think, 12 or 13 moderate level earthquakes today. Why? Again, we have the solar wind that is heating up the atmosphere, heating up our Earth, and because of the chemical composition of the solar wind and the radiation, it is heating up things underneath the crust. The plates are slipping more freely because for example, if you have a block of wood on top of a piece of sandpaper, and you're trying to, just for kicks and giggles, imagine yourself trying to pull this piece of wood that's being held in place by the sandpaper underneath it. It's very rough grit sandpaper, so it takes some strength to pull that piece of wood across the sandpaper. If you have heat below the sandpaper, it's going to reduce that friction that is causing the block to be held in place. It's going to melt. That sand or the friction is going to melt, making it easy for that plate, that earthen plate, to move across. And so we're going to see earthquakes, more and more earthquakes, because the solar wind with the radiation is heating up underneath the plate. And it could also cause more volcanoes. And that's just the solar wind. Then we have planetary alignments. Then we already, after all that is said and done, we already have the plates pushing each other. The Atlantic plate pushing the North American plate west, pushing the North American plate over the top of the Pacific plate. But that friction is wearing thin, and the plates are going to move more freely because of that solar wind. And it's just not the solar wind. There's cosmic radiation entering the Earth's atmosphere more and more every day. It's also causing that friction to be worn down and other things to happen. So we're seeing an influx of stronger earthquakes. We're seeing influx of greater numbers of earthquakes right now. And to top everything else that I've told you, underneath the Earth there are volcanic and magmatic changes happening below the surface. And that is changing. And we have a magnetic anomaly called pole change going on.
Correct.
Because of everything else going on, the poles are changing. And it's almost to the point that the changes are occurring every day, not just a few inches or a few centimeters, but it's even faster than that in some cases. So we have the plate shifting, we've got the pole shift going on, and we've got the solar wind activating, we have the planetary alignments activating, we have cosmic radiation activating, and that's why we see the changes on the Earth that we have. Okay, that's why. And it's going to increase. The number of volcanoes is increasing. 2 weeks ago we had 23 volcanoes going. Now we have 13. But that's going to change now. It's already increasing. A couple days ago we had a new volcano that hadn't been going off in about a year. It's back in Japan. Suizujima is back erupting in Japan. Sakurajima is erupting even more than it has in the past. And it's slowed down, but now it's erupting even more. Popocatépetl in southeast Mexico is also erupting and has had some major eruptions. We have Stromboli and Etna that up until about 6 or 8 months ago We're not doing anything. They're both erupting today. We have more and more volcanoes that are going off. We have 3 volcanoes that are going off in Guatemala, for example. 3 of them. We also have Nevado de Ruiz in Colombia that's erupting. So we have Popocatépetl in Mexico, 3 in Guatemala. So that's 4. 5 over in Colombia, we've got Nevado de Ruiz that's going on. We have 2 volcanoes in Ecuador going off, Sangay and Reventador. Peru, we've got 1, Sabancaya. We've got Cobajil in Chile. And Chile, we have Nevados de Chilean going off. That's a lot of volcanoes. That's a lot of volcanoes.
That is a lot of volcanoes.
For the most part, it's calmed down. And Shiveluch in Russia quit erupting, and so did 2 other volcanoes that have been going off earlier this year. One came back into being at the beginning of this month, and it stopped now. So things have slowed down in the west and picked up in the east. Go figure. So there's a lot of stuff going on that we need to be aware of, and it's going to affect us. We have plate shift going on up in the northwest part of the United States and also Canada. Vancouver Island has had more earthquakes today. They've had more earthquakes, more than they had yesterday or the day before. More earthquakes. And we've had more earthquakes than our own government agency in here in the United States is saying we're having. And even more than the Europeans say we're having. Nobody's admitting the truth. And yet I found it tonight. And we've got more swarms of earthquakes, not just happening in Washington and Oregon, but also in Northern California, around Mount Lassen and Mount Shasta. So there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of changes that are happening. And I don't think it's all for good either. A lot more earthquakes. We have over 100 earthquakes in Southern California alone. Again, it went down to 50 plus, and now it's over 100 earthquakes or more in Southern California. So we've got a seismic increase going on, a huge seismic increase. Volcanoes erupting, earthquakes hitting. It's going crazy, folks.
That's the truth.
If we see earthquakes at 5 volcanoes within the area of Cascadia, and these earthquakes are going 5.0, which is 5.0 is considered large. And if you see 5 volcanoes having large earthquakes, you need to start going, okay, it's time to leave because those volcanoes are going to erupt, 1. And 2, that's a sign of the plate moving. And it's going to be moving in a great way that none of us are going to want to see. So get prepared, guys. We're giving you this knowledge so you can take action for yourself. Get prepared now. Save your life, save your family's life, and those that you care about and love. Tell your neighbor. Share the information that we're giving you. Tell them that Freedom Revolution Network is the place to be. Tell them about our programs, that we're here to help. Tell them about the great information that you have. Tell them how Clarity After Dark has helped you, or that Emergency Management Associates has helped you, whatever. And we have other hosts here that are doing a fabulous job. Please support them. Please make sure you listen to them. They have some great information to help you. And that's all we want to do here. It really is. That's all we want to do is help.
True.
Now, this great lady that is hosting the show tonight, she has made significant changes to make everybody's life, not just the host, but to make everybody else's life better. Please thank her, support her, donate to her program. It takes money, and it takes equipment, and it takes a lot of time to put these programs together. Support her. Make sure that she knows that you guys think a lot of her. Like her program. Make sure that she knows that you're watching. Okay? Just give me a hint. This lady knows her stuff. She knows her stuff. And that's all she wants to do is help. Make sure you support the network. Because we're here to help whatever way we can. I promise you that. That's our only goal. So, anyway, that's what I got.
Well, thanks, Ron. I appreciate that. You know, we are just looking for people to help. And like I said, you can go to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com/donate to the revolution with dashes in between. And then that will bring you straight there. And then you can donate. And you can have, like I said, a rolling monthly donation, a one-time donation, whatever you would like to do.
Yeah. Check out our news section. There's a lot of good information there. Check out our blogs.
Yep. Check out our white papers from Terry Rempel. Yeah. Check those out. If you haven't listened to the first 2 interviews about Cascadia and the danger of the West Coast coming up in the next few weeks that Terry Rempel is claiming, you might want to look into that. Yeah.
This is important information for you. It really is.
It is. And we have our social site up, we have our Zello channel up, we have a Discord. We have a bunch of different ways to communicate with us and with the network. So I think there's at least one way for you to connect.
Yeah. We're here for you. That's why we've done what we've done. That's why this network is so improved.
Yeah.
We're here for you.
We are.
And it's for the long run, folks. It's not just a few days, a few months, a few years. We're here. We're here. We're going to fight for you. We're going to support you. Whatever we can.
Oh, yeah. So I guess that I have... we have another guest that would like to call in. So I will let you go, Ron, and
all right.
We'll have you listen and to the rest of the show, and
I will.
We'll chat and all that good fun stuff. You can listen to our last guest and the last part of the show. So thank you for calling into Clarity After Dark.
No problem. Thank you for having me here. God bless you. Thank you.
You're welcome, Ron, and you know you're always welcome here on Clarity After Dark. Have a good night.
You're welcome here. Good night.
So that worked pretty painlessly, everyone. And we got Ron Tyler, everyone. That was Ron Tyler from Emergency Management Associates. We appreciate Ron here on Freedom Revolution Network. And then we're going to have another caller. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a call. We're going to see if this person is ready. And if they are, then we can make a call. Otherwise, then we will start wrapping up for the night with Clarity After Dark. we're trying to post our new donation page to the Freedom Revolution Radio page on Facebook, and that's at Freedom Revolution Networks with an S. Freedom Revolution Networks with an S. There's a couple of Freedom Revolutions, but we are, often, imitated, never duplicated. So there's one, religious group and just, very small groups that have never come off the ground. So we hope that Freedom Revolution will be different than any other thing that you can find and search, right? So we're going to find out about that here pretty soon. Oh my goodness, this is awful. Okay, ready. So we're going to make that call, and then we'll bring Dwayne live. Alright, cool. So, we're going to call that number right now. And then we will be right back. Okay. So we're going to go to the studio real quick. I'm going to play a couple effects real quick, and then we will be right back. Dark.
Yeah. So, dude, I'm just ready to get over things, and I'm actually speaking next week, actually in the next couple weeks, on suicide.
Oh, are you?
I got the phone call today to come after what my buddy did, to come talk to a couple of schools.
Well, that's wonderful.
But no, man, suicide is not it's not cool.
No, that's not cool, but it's wonderful that you can go educate some kids that might feel in that position themselves.
Go ahead.
No, obviously you want your friend back, but if you could help another kid or another family not go through this, I'm sure that you will feel fulfilled.
Right, is that Red speaking that I hear?
No, Red's sick tonight.
Just you?
Just me.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like, people don't really understand the effects that suicide has in a person.
True.
We get the fact that, mentally we don't know what's going on with people, we don't mentally get the fact, of that. How am I trying to say this? With suicide there comes a lot of issues.
Yep. A lot of unanswered questions.
This is why I had you call me in also, because I told you before I wanted to talk about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Suicide doesn't just affect the people around you. This doesn't affect you. But it affects the people, around you. Everybody does it, because they say, that, oh, I won't be in much pain anymore. But they don't realize this.
Really, it just hurts the people around you, truly.
Right, it's passing the pain that you were feeling to somebody else.
True. A friend of mine, when we were young, Her baby's dad killed himself when her kid was like 2. And it was really messed up. And that was one of the first suicides that we dealt with. And like he like also it was a gun and he like blew his brains out. Like it was bad. And
Right.
I always forget about it because, you know, it's been like 10 years shit now. Longer than that. We were like 18, 19 when this happened.
Right, so it was years down the road.
Yeah, this was years ago for me. So, I mean, but you still always wonder, what were they thinking? How did they get to that point? What was the breaking point for them? You know, could you have said something different? Could you have done something different? Could you have reached out? I mean, so many things go through your head.
See, and there's also a lot of questions about that. You know, could I have done something more? Could I have been, you know, a better person? Could I have been, you know, that one friend that they could have called, you know, and said, I'm getting ready to take my own life. But here's the most important fact that we need to keep in the back of our heads. You know, when someone's getting ready to commit suicide, okay, once they have it in their head, 75% of the time it's a done deal.
Yeah.
It's a deal breaker. And this is what I had to learn to accept. Because honestly, this ain't my first suicide I've dealt with.
Right.
That's just getting thrown away. You know, this ain't the first suicide I've dealt with. You know, my first suicide ever I dealt with was my own father.
Right.
You know, but with suicide, you know, there's a lot of common denominating factors.
There is.
Depression, anxiety, drug addiction. Can't even be the fact of them being alone.
Yep.
Or feeling rejected or being bullied. I know here in Stark County last year, beginning of the year, we had 7 kids from one school district in my county kill themselves.
Right.
Back to back to back to back. Now, Scarlett, mind you, this was a wealthy school district. You know, I thought they had everything under control. You know, and this is where a lot of suicides happen nowadays. It's in our schools, it's in our teens.
Right.
You know, with our kids.
It is. It's with the kids. And younger kids it's happening with.
Right, like I know one of the kids that killed himself in our school district, I think, was 8 years old.
Yeah.
Anywhere between the ages of 10 and 8. And then a kid in Florida last year, because the only reason I know is because the artist that I listened to wrote a song about it. He killed himself. You know, so if we can't fight the common denominators, you know, of suicide, which I'll explain here in a minute, you know, because there are signs, you know, there can be signs that someone's getting ready to pop themselves. You know what I mean? There's common signs that us as parents or us as friends, you know, need to see, you know, and look at. One of the major common denominators is separation. If you know what I mean when I say by that? Isolation, I should say.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Isolation. The people that want to kill themselves constantly isolate.
Yep.
They don't talk to people. You kind of see them, I would say, shut down.
Yeah, and detached from society.
Not even just from society. I would say society, emotions, thoughts.
True. It's a slow shutdown, but you'll see them like first pulling away from the larger group, and then their friends and family and close circle. You know.
Right, like first it starts in the school or in their work. They start detaching. Don't mind me, I'm doing dishes while I'm talking. They detach themselves, from, first off, family. They detach from family because they don't want to see them, like that. Which I can completely understand. You don't want to have your family see you hurt, right? When you're going through something. So there's the mental detachment. Then next comes detachment from friends. And here's the thing. A lot of people detach themselves before they even think about killing themselves.
True.
Like I know with me, it's personal experience. I'll use it. I know I'm on the air and people are listening, but it's personal experience. I didn't really detach from a lot of things. I just said, screw it. I'm going to do it. This is how it is, and this is how it's going to go. No one's going to miss me. No one's going to care that I'm gone. I'm done living my life the way that I am, and I'm getting bullied, and no one will do nothing about it.
Right.
Common denominator number 2, self-harm. People that often want to die cut themselves, or they use any form of self-mutilation.
I would even say substance abuse would be in self-harm,
It would, because it's still hurting the body.
Right. And you're doing it to, kill the pain,
Right. It's to kill the pain, to kill everything that you're feeling, and to kill all signs of weakness. Because at the time you want to die, you feel weak, know. And substance abuse can even play a part in the act of committing suicide.
That's true, too.
Alcohol abuse. A lot of people that shoot themselves drink before the fact.
Yep.
To build the courage.
Yep.
To, I'm just going to say it how it is, blow their head off.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm trying to keep this talk PG-13 because, like I said, I know I'm on your station and I'm trying to be respectful.
But I think that it's such a serious topic that needs to be talked about because in Jimmy's case, Jimmy was drinking that night and then, drove around and then shot himself, So, I do believe that, alcohol or substances do come into play.
They have a big play.
Yeah. I think a lot of people turn to these substances for self-medication at times and don't know how to mitigate them. And then, because some people can use self-medication and it's okay. And they get through it and it's fine. But they have support. So it's different. But a lot of these people who get to the suicide level don't have support and then use these substances and then get sucked into a world that they can't get pulled out of. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Another thing that causes people to commit suicide, past trauma.
Yeah.
Past, when I say as in post-trauma, I say as in past. Meaning it's already happened.
Right.
As you hear that more commonly used is that post part is in postpartum.
Right.
So with post-trauma, it can be anywhere from physical, sexual, mental, emotional, psychological,
spiritual.
We've known a lot of people killed themselves over what a pastor have said, what somebody from a church congregation
has said.
Has said. That's where a lot of suicides actually started.
Yeah.
Before we seen an uprise in suicide. was actually in the church. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to cover up the church's act.
No,
You know,
that
a lot
is
of people,
true.
a lot of people taught themselves because the pastors and everything, you know, back in the day, were judgmental, and I'm just going to say it, we're just fucking pricks. You know, I'm not going to sit here and lie and cover up the fact that people have died because of what you have said.
Right.
You know, we've had a rise, and I would say about 60% in suicides in the past 2 years. And especially with this time of season, from the beginning of end of October to the first week in January, is Suicide Awareness Week. Is your Suicide Awareness Month. Because the holidays are the biggest times people kill themselves.
True.
Because they don't have no family. They don't have no one to spend it with, or they've lost somebody on that thing. People that kill themselves don't know how to cope anymore. They think they've exerted all options to where putting, you know, I'm going to be realistic here. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything anymore. Putting a rope to their neck, a gun to their chin or to their temple, putting something inside of their vein, driving your car into a telephone, having suicide by cop.
Yeah, we talked about suicide by cop tonight with Ron, you know, because Ron's a former federal agent. We had actually talked about suicide by cop.
Suicide by cop is actually one of our most leading causes of death.
Right.
When it comes to suicidal people, they would rather commit a crime and get shot. But look what the police department has done. Okay? Police officers are now CTI trained. A lot of these police officers now are crisis trained interventionists, if you believe it or not.
True.
Because the rate in suicide by cop, I was one of them when I was a kid. I put a knife to my throat. Cop came in and I charged him with a knife.
Right.
And he refused to shoot me.
Right. Ron was talking about that tonight because a lot of, you know, precincts and groups are telling people not to, you know, use force with those with knives and things anymore.
Because we're giving them what they want.
Yep.
That easy, selfish way out.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that says that suicide is not selfish, I am sorry to say it, but you are 110% fact wrong. Because when someone goes to kill themselves, they don't think about nobody else. They don't think about the fact of what it could do to their family. My buddy Drew, he didn't think of what it was going to do to his family. Not this past Tuesday, but the Tuesday before, he put a 22 stun dose to his head and bullet outside of his mom and dad's house. He didn't think about the consequences. He didn't think about what it was going to do to his mom and dad, or his 16-year-old sister, or the people that have worked with him, mental health-wise. See, and that's another thing. A lot of people, because, see, here's the thing between the difference of a suicide, of wanting to commit the act of suicide, and a cry for help. Now, this is where I'm going to break it down, Scarlett, okay?
All right.
People that commit suicide do not post on Facebook that they want to kill themselves.
True.
People that do post on Facebook 9 times out of 10 is a plea for help.
True.
And we as people, as human beings, and I'm going to say this, and I don't care who pisses off, sit back and laugh at that person and don't give a damn what they're going through. It's just a hardcore, simple fact of where reality in society has went.
It's true, because people have been hardened to, encounter death as a joke. I did have a friend recently, though, kill himself after posting a status on Facebook, so, that
Not
did,
all.
yeah, not all, because it did happen, and nobody was able to save him, and, by the time he posted, he was already dead. So,
See?
he was gonna do it anyway. You know what I mean?
That's what my friend did.
Yep.
That was my buddy. Except the fact is that he went live with it.
Right. Yeah, he didn't at least do that. But I guess his kid saw it, though, and, found him, so that was pretty bad.
See, here's what I want people to look at. With suicide comes a lot of mental health issues.
Yep.
Schizophrenia, bipolar, post-traumatic stress disorder
Yep.
is the number one leading cause of death in our veterans.
Yep.
Police officers, firefighters are killing themselves because of what they see and what it causes.
Yep. A 23-year-old just died in Buena Vista, Colorado, from suicide, who had a tour in, I believe, Iraq or Afghanistan, somewhere in the Middle East, and came back and was a sheriff's deputy and then killed himself.
See?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone says that there's nothing leading up to someone taking their own life. When 9 times out of 10 there's always either a leading common denominator or something that you cannot physically see that the person's going through.
Dope. Even when sometimes, though, for instance, I'll give you the story of Jimmy. We knew that he'd wanted to kill himself because he had told us about it. He had been hospitalized for it. We had talked to him about it. We told him, reach out if you have any issues or problems, And he still ended up doing it, no matter how much support he had it, So sometimes, even under the best of circumstances, you still can't necessarily, help the outcome.
Right, the only thing we can do is when someone messages us and says they want to commit suicide is, one, try to figure out the common denominator. There's ways to approach a suicidal person.
True.
And now, like I said, I've also learned this from being on the job, being a volunteer paramedic. I've seen it more than once. You stoop to their level. Put yourself in their shoes for a minute. Empathize with them. No, sympathize with them. Sorry, let me get my words straight. Sympathize with them. Speak life back into them. And there's ways you can do that without going spiritual. Well, it's spiritual, but it's not religious.
Right.
Let them know they are loved. Let them know that they will be missed if they do it, but you don't want them to. Let them know that you were there every minute of the day, that you would drop anything you are doing to help them. Like my buddy on Sunday walked downtown here to Canton with a gun and put it to his head. And you want to know what stopped him?
What stopped him?
A homeless man spoke life into him.
Right.
he went like, your life is not worth a bullet. You
Right.
are loved, and I don't even know you, and I love you.
Right. More people need to start showing it with each other. You know, like Ron and I were talking about tonight. People need to find their tribes, but be kinder to one another. Ron and I talked about this. You never know what somebody's going through in their lives. And, you know, sometimes people are too quick to act and be angry at others. But we need to think about what people could be going through. What if you scream at the person in line and that guy is the suicidal guy?
Right. We never know who's in front of us wants to take their own life.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what another person's going through. We don't know
No.
if that person's getting ready to go through a divorce.
Right.
We don't know if that person and his family is getting ready to lose their house and be in the streets.
Right.
We don't know if that person's dealing with the most common death, the most common denominator of deaths in the U.S. is drug addiction.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere from 50 to 72,000 funerals per year from drug addiction.
Right.
And half of them are suicide.
Right.
You know, like in Canada, mental health help is completely 100% free.
Right. But still hard as hell to get.
Now, in Canada, not really.
Oh, yeah. My friend Sam will tell you horror stories about it. She's in Saskatchewan, and she knows a lot of people up there, and yeah, it's free, but you can't get an appointment for months. And then they'll tell you, oh, we can't have you as a patient, or we don't have room for you. And, you know, there was a woman who had cancer who had to wait 6 months to get into mental health help while she had cancer treatment for just an antidepressant. And that was in New
Really?
Brunswick. Yeah, it's actually pretty bad up there. I'm not going to lie. It's not what everybody thinks it is. Yes, they do have help, but a lot of people are left behind in the dust.
You know, and that's the thing that the states need to start doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I run a suicide prevention group on Facebook.
Right.
I run, actually multiple times I've been contacted by the National Suicide Prevention Board wanting to sit down and talk about my page and see if there's any way they can help with my page. You know what I've told them?
What?
No, because you guys are a bunch of jokes.
Right.
And I know that because I've called.
Right.
I didn't have the nerve to call 911 and I asked somebody if they could and they told me no, I have to be the one to do it.
Right.
Mental health is one of the most key important things to keep you mentally, physically, and spiritually healthy. Because suicide all revolves around that one common denominator: mental health.
Yep. That's true.
You know, I know this is a serious subject we're getting into, but there's a lot of people out there without insurance that can't get help.
That's true. It is a big deal, and you do need help, and a lot of these clinics are booked up, and it takes forever to get in for mental health, and some of these lines that you call just aren't very helpful. And
You know, actually, there's one place here in Stark County that I actually, if it's anywhere in your state, I would refer you to it. Literally. Coleman Professional Services. Common Professional Services. I went in to get mental health help. That day had a psychiatrist, a mental health counsel, a mental health caseworker. 2 days later, a counselor.
Right.
That is one place that does not fuck around.
Right.
Because it's also attached to NANI, which I don't remember what the National Association of Mental Institute.
Right.
Have I said that? Did I say that right, Scarlett?
Sounds familiar.
Do you want me to Google it real quick to make sure I'm right and not giving false information?
Correct.
Come on, I'll Google it.
Is it, like NAMI, like NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness? Is it that?
The National Alliance of Mental Illness.
Yes, correct. Okay.
So I was close.
You were close. That was really close. You had the acronym right, just not what it stood for. But close.
The National Alliance of Mental
Illness.
Is one of the best mental health organizations out there. I have never seen the team that I have today. I have never seen so much care, love, and support come from one place.
Right. That's fantastic.
If you guys are struggling, call your local crisis center. Text, hold on, actually, I'll throw a couple resources out here since I'm on Google.
Yeah, you can, they have, I found one specific for my state, but they have a national suicide prevention lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK 8255.
Text 4HOPE to 741-741. If you can't talk about it like verbally,
Right.
you
Text.
can text it.
Yeah.
Or for Stark County, if you're in Stark County, if you're in my, you're right here, clicking. Give me a minute.
Yep.
If you're in my part of it, in my part of Ohio, if you're listening, and you're struggling right now, call 330-452-6000. And there's somebody there that will talk you through it.
No.
If you don't feel safe, call the police.
Right.
You can't get a hold of somebody, call your local emergency number. I'm not talking about your non-emergency number. Pick up the phone and call 911, wherever you're at.
Yep. Absolutely. They even have a farm and rural helpline for Minnesota for people that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a good number. The number is 833-600-2670. But that's sad, because you know what? That means that people on farms are really struggling and stressed out, that they need a special hotline to speak to people through.
Hold on. I can find a national crisis hotline. Well, that's the suicide prevention lifeline. Actually, I've used this one. It's 1-800-273-8255. 1-800-273-8255. Guys, and the reason that I'm talking about this with you is because out of everybody that ever probably talked about suicide on this show, I've lived it. I've done it. I've tried it. A couple years ago, if it wasn't for a staff member of mine. I had 3 minutes left. 3 minutes.
Wow.
If he wouldn't have found me, I'd have been dead, and it would have been an accident. Don't put your family through hell of burying you. Yes, you may think you may be better off in parents. This is where I'm going to target you. This is where I'm now going to target parents. If you think you or your child is better off without you, and someone may get mad at me for saying this, you need to take a damn look in the mirror. If any parent thinks that their child is better off without you, you need to get help. Scarlett, you agree with me or am I wrong?
You're right. No, you're right. You don't realize the impact that you make significantly or insignificantly.
Because it is selfish as fuck to sit there and think my child's better off without me. Do you know what that does to the development of a child's brain? It stops everything completely. Completely, Scarlett.
You can only imagine.
Losing a parent stops developmental growth to the brain. Especially if it's by suicide. Because then they start asking these questions, and here's where I'm going to get really blunt, real, and honest. Was I not a good child?
Oh, absolutely, I'm sure you
Did my dad
were.
not care about me? Did I not do enough for my dad? Did I not love him a lot? Did I not love him enough?
Wow.
What could I have done more? Could I have saved him? Could I have said something different? And this is all at a young age. Now, I know this is probably hitting home to a lot of you. I wasn't expecting Scarlett to bring me up. Scarlett, I was not.
I know. I know, you probably didn't think I was going to get back to you, but I was talking around and I was like, well, you know, I got somebody else who wants to come on, and so we're going to bring them on, and then, you know, because I'm sure it was getting late for Ron. I mean, he's Mountain Time, and you're East Coast time. But, so, I mean,
Right.
it's an hour earlier for him, so. But I was like, you know, I think that it's something with, you know, Thanksgiving being next week, of which, yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, because I think Thanksgiving's Thursday, so I should be on Friday.
You know.
But I won't be back on the air until after the holidays, so it is probably important that we're talking about this tonight.
You know, and guys, the holidays suck. I get it. I wasn't really able to enjoy a holiday until I got with my fiance. Now I really get to enjoy a holiday because I've got a baby.
Right. Babies are fun with holidays.
Holidays
You get
suck.
to dress them up. And you get to put them in the cute little outfits. My first Thanksgiving.
Right. Just because your extended family won't be there for you, if you have a wife and kids that love you and adore you, Don't think about your extended family. Focus on the here and now.
True.
Because if you start asking yourself on a holiday, what did I do wrong for my family for me not to deserve my family? I can tell you where your brain's gonna go.
That's true.
I am ready to fucking die.
Yeah. And sometimes you just gotta realize that some family members may always just be toxic for you. They may not be a good fit for you. You might not have done anything wrong. You could just have a narcissist family. People have got to realize it's not always them. Sometimes it is, but, it's not always you. So sometimes, it sucks to be alone, yes, but it's not always something that you've done either.
And I wanted to say this also before I got on the subject of the holidays. Mm-hmm. If you made a child and then you thought they're better off without them, I'm sorry, you should never fucking created a child. Because how are you going to bring another human being, your blood, your flesh line, your DNA, your genetics, your everything, fall into that child, then you're going to drop and kill yourself?
True, you should be thinking of how you're going to nurture this child throughout the years, how you're going to be there for them, not this.
You know, was I scared as hell when Julie told me she was pregnant?
Right, I'm sure.
Oh, fuck. And we planned it. And I was so scared as hell.
Yeah.
It wasn't scared of me being a good father. I was scared because there was a 50-50 chance we could have lost the baby.
Okay.
But did I think about killing myself once through that whole pregnancy? No. It was there at every appointment, every ultrasound. I quit my job a week before she was to be induced.
Right.
Actually, no. 3 weeks before she was to be induced. We didn't know she was being induced. Yes, since I had been a dad, have I thought about suicide? Yes. Because I struggle with mental illness.
Well, and the first year of your child's life is the hardest. It is. It truly is. And going from
grow up sucks.
Yeah, going from not being a parent to a parent, and then going through that first year of the child's life is definitely the hardest.
You know, and on the holidays, if you commit suicide before a holiday and your kid's around, your kid's going to be one hot, depressed mess.
Yeah, people don't realize how much suicide affects just more than them. It affects their family, their friends, people who knew you, anybody really around you, it affects. Now the people you talk to on Facebook, people you talk to in other groups,
Right, but it affects kids more.
Oh, yeah, especially if there's kids involved. Especially if there's kids, more so if kids are involved, because now that's going to be a legacy and impact that they carry with them forever.
And as a minister, I'm going to say this, you're putting on them a generational spirit they should have never had to carry.
No. That's true. That's true as well.
You're putting a demon on their shoulder that they should have never, ever had to carry. I'm just now having to break mine.
Right.
Before it gets to my kid.
Right.
See, a lot of y'all think it just affects y'all mentally. But if you have the same higher power as Scarlet and I, you know damn well you're putting way more on that than just mental issues.
True.
I hated God for years after my dad killed himself. Didn't want nothing to do with the man. Not one. Nothing.
Right.
And I was 10. I didn't think I came back to God until I think I was 11. After cursing him every damn day. You want your kid growing up like that if you're raising them to believe in God?
I don't think
And
so.
guys, stop lying to your kids and saying God called them home. Please.
Yeah.
It's irritating.
I think people I think people should admit suicide and saying, so and so unexpectedly died. You know, I think it should be, you know, took their own life. You know,
See, that's what happened to
died
my
by
buddy's
suicide.
obituary.
You know, they're
That's
like,
what happened.
died
They said
unexpectedly. They don't want to admit it. They're ashamed.
He said in the funeral, it said he unexpected. Hold on, because now I'm gonna get my words confused. Hold on, I'll tell you exactly what they said, and this just pisses me off.
But I bet you they said, like,
Completely.
died unexpectedly at a young age.
Hold on. Stephen Drew Grossweiler, age 21, passed away unexpectedly.
Yeah, that's what they always say.
No. If you shoot yourself or kill yourself,
Gunshot
to have
wound
it.
to the head.
You deserve to have that blasted on your obituary.
Right? Gunshot wound to the head. Self-inflicted gunshot wound.
You wanted to hurt people? There it is.
Yeah, it died unexpectedly. Nobody knows what that means unless you were in the family. And so, like, let's say somebody finds that, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Unless you knew that family, excuse me, you're only going to think died unexpectedly. You're not going to think, oh, he smoked himself. Like, you won't even go to that.
Right. Like, the only reason I knew and the people that worked with him knew, they would have never known unless I told them.
Right.
His old principal of a mental health school, his old teacher, his old behavioral interventionist, his old counselor, the people at his old high school, and another mental health classroom. They would have never known unless I spoke up and said something. Was it my place to say anything? No. But did I feel they had a right to know?
Yeah.
Damn sure did.
Right.
Because they worked with him every day. That's hot.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad... sometimes I think it's not okay to keep things secret, like I said. And a lot of times with suicide, people want to keep it very hush-hush and secret.
See, my family told me for 6 months that my dad died of a heart attack. No. My dad's fucking heart exploded. There's a difference. There's a difference between a heart attack and your heart exploding.
Right.
A heart attack means your heart just stopped. You went into what they call AFib, which is a non-regular heartbeat. And then the electric magnetic pulse in your heart was too much and it shocked your heart. That's what a heart attack is. Now you're asking me, why am I bringing it medically involved into suicide? Because there's different ways people can kill themselves. There's not one. There's many. And I'm only going to go into the 3 common ones. 4. Gunshot wound from the chin. Straight up. Blow your head off. Gunshot wound from left to right. Temple to temple. Drug overdose. Or the worst painful one that you can feel up to 10 hours, hanging yourself. Because the only thing that hanging yourself does is snap the cerebral cortex on your spine from the brainstem.
True.
You could be paralyzed up to 10 hours without dying. You want to know what happens when you die?
What happens?
You shit and piss yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
Is this getting real for anybody yet?
Right.
If anyone is suicidal on here, I'm hoping that what I'm saying is drawing you away from it.
Right. I know it always feels like there's no way out and hope doesn't get any better and, you know, what do these people know and they suck and my life sucks and they know nothing about me, but there's always something to find, to be hopeful for, to be grateful for, to live that next day for, to create, to find.
Or you can say that just nobody's ever lived in my shoes.
Right.
No one's ever walked a day of what I feel inside. That right there, you are lying to yourself.
Right.
Because there have been people that's walked in your shoes. Screw it. I'm going to ask you, has it ever crossed your mind, since you've been alive, that you would be better off without, people would be better off without you?
Yeah, it has.
It's crossed my mind.
Yeah.
So see, guys, you're not alone.
It's true.
You can't one up your life and say, oh, my life is worse than yours. You see what I'm saying? Because if we keep one upping our life, how are we ever going to find that person that's been there?
True.
We one up our life and say, you can never understand what I've been through. How about you try telling me?
Right. How about you actually try telling me?
I had a kid when I was arrested. As a kid in juvenile, come up to me and say, I want to die. I said, how about we talk about it?
Right.
How about we talk about it? I care about you. I don't even know who you are, but I care. Comes to find out he was sexually abused by his dad.
Wow.
And he didn't tell nobody, and his dad was just there that day visiting him.
Wow.
I could relate. Because I've been raped by my dad.
Right.
Guys, I will leave my personal phone number on this for you. When we're done talking, to call me. To call me. And say, Dwayne, I'm not okay. And if you're too afraid to pick up the phone and call the cops yourself, I will do it for you. I would rather do it with you on the line instead of you shooting yourself. Because every day is worth another breath. Every day is worth waking up, no matter what hell you're going through.
Yeah, things can always change, and your luck can always turn around, no matter how bad it seems.
Right. And then another thing that happens, I'm going to get more deeper, Scarlett. Watch this. Another thing that has to happen to your body when you die is every organ of your body has to be removed. All the blood that was in your body has to be removed. You have somebody that is a trained professional cut you open from breast to breast in a Y shape. Take your rib cage out. Cut your sternum in half. Take your organs, your lungs, your tongue, everything out. And then you have a funeral home that makes you look alive so your body can be presentable for a family. And then you're stuck with embalming fluid, which stops the rot of your body. It slows down the process. Basically what I'm saying to stop, it slows down the process of your body decaying enough so your family can pay their respects to you one last time. You're not you. You're Steph. They have to put makeup on you to make you look alive. And I'm not saying this to scare anybody, Scarlett.
No.
No, guys, don't think I'm trying to scare you away from suicide. Because technically I am, but I'm being nice about it.
Well, and people need to understand what's involved. I think people just think, oh, I'm just going to kill myself and I'm not going to think about all what goes into it.
You know, and then sometimes your family can't even bury you.
True.
You want to know what they do next? They put you in a furnace.
Yep.
And they burn you with 5,000 degree flames. They burn you. They sort through what's wood and what's bone and flesh. And they put you in a box. And that's what you go home to your family. The box you're put into is called an urn. You sit there for the rest of your life. See, guys, the depth that happens. I'm getting you salt right now. Huh? No, there's more. I'm just giving you a little bit now. Sorry, I'm giving Julie food.
Yeah.
There's more. There's more to what happens. Every day your family looks at that box and says, what could I have done different?
Yep. It's not just you who makes the decisions at that point. It affects so many people. Your coworkers, your friends, like I said, people you know, people you don't know, your children, your cousins, you know. So
family
many
you
people.
may have never even met that's come to mourn you.
Mm-hmm.
That might have known you as a baby or as a young kid and you just don't remember who they are.
Yeah.
I had over 100 people at my dad's funeral. There was not room to sit down. Besides there was a spot for me and my mom and my sister. Because we were kids.
Oh, of course.
You know? And normally when you're cremated, you're laid on a metal slab with a sheet over you.
True.
And that's how you're viewed.
No.
When you shoot yourself left to right, you better pray and hope that bullet kills you instantly. Because I've seen survivors from people shooting themselves that are paralyzed and a vegetable to this day and they're still alive.
Yep.
And I bet you every day they regret not attempting suicide. There's people out there that's trying to hang themselves and was either in a vegetative state and was taken off a breathing machine, or is partially paralyzed because they were actually able to put your neck back together.
Right.
Guys, you never know if you're gonna die when you attempt this.
Yeah, because you're not a professional at death, so... I mean... So you might not achieve what you think you're going to do.
I've heard people that have survived them jumping from the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah.
The most popular place in California for people to commit suicide.
True. They said they were going to actually employ more people over the holidays at the Golden Gate Bridge just for that reason.
Yeah, they were saying like the National Guard or more police or something like that.
Yeah, they said they were going to have counselors and stuff too, just like people who are just like out there to like help, which I thought was good. Just make people feel like there's more people out there.
One survivor of the Golden Gate Bridge says he regrets his feet leaving the platform. Because it felt when he hit the water like 1,000 knives going into his body.
Right.
Because when you jump from that high of an impact, your body's going 70 to 90 miles per hour down.
True.
Gravity pulls you.
Yeah.
There is some people that's even jumped off a bridge and hasn't died.
Oh, yeah.
Has just lived with broken legs. Now, don't be stupid and attempt this, guys. I'm showing facts. So please don't be the idiot and try this. I'm just saying this.
A girlfriend of mine jumped off a cliff and broke her back and like almost died. It was pretty bad. So, I mean, things happen. She wasn't even trying to kill herself, but almost did.
Yeah. You guys also may think that doing some of the dumbest shit, like going 90 miles per hour down on a fucking back gravel road. How about you try slamming the brakes? See what slamming the brakes gets you. Me and a buddy of mine almost went head on with a tree for slamming on our brakes on the gravel road. Do you know that if you know about someone, I'm wording this wrong. Do you know if you tell someone to go fucking kill themselves and they do it, you can get charged with their death? Scarlett, did you know that? Scarlett. Scarlett, are you there? What the hell?
You there?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Did you know that if you tell someone to go kill themselves and they do it, you can get charged with their death?
Yeah, I've heard of that in other states where people have, talked their boyfriends into killing themselves. I have heard this.
There's a case that was still going on at the beginning of this year. A girl told her boyfriend to go kill herself, and he got a hose, taped it to his exhaust, and ran it through his window.
Yeah, I remember that.
And she got charged with, it would be involuntary
manslaughter.
Yep.
Yeah, she told him, like, go ahead and do it. You're chicken. You didn't do it last time. Like, I feel like she was
but
extra.
that's still telling someone to kill themselves.
Mm-hmm. No, I felt like she should have been charged, because, I mean, like, I get somebody...
Oh, no, she was charged.
No, and that's what I said. I think that's why she should have been to begin with, but she didn't just say it once like people usually do, like, I hope you kill yourself. And then you just leave it at that. She kept saying it. Well, why haven't you done it this time? You should just do it because you didn't do it before. I mean, she made a real effort to shame him for not previously killing himself before. Like, she was almost agreeing with him. And I think that's the sickest thing she could have done of all. Instead of being a friend and saying, no, please don't do this, she's over there saying, why haven't you done this sooner? Stop being a chicken. Walk back into the truck.
See, you know what case I'm talking about that happened last year.
Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about. Because I followed that, actually. We talked about that. Like, in social media world, where do we draw a line? And Red and I were like, no. We draw the line at her because she actively... It's not like I said, where you just say it once and you really don't mean it, but you kind of mean it, but you're not pushing somebody off the ledge. When she kept saying this to him, get back in the truck, you're a pussy, get back in the truck, she was basically pushing him off the cliff.
She was egging him on.
Mm-hmm.
See, because
I think that's a different level than just telling somebody, oh, go fuck yourself, oh, go kill yourself. You know what I mean? Like, she was actively, while he was in the act of suicide and suicide ideation, pushing him over the edge. She might as well handed him a knife.
Me, you, Watchdog, I believe me, you, Watchdog, Scoop, me, you, Stubiners, Matt, and Watchdog all talked about this when it was going on.
Yeah.
Because it was in the middle, that was in, what was Irma was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, Irma was 2 years ago.
Which one was the one last year that we were like on a 6-day stretch on?
Last. Florence and Michael, yeah. Those two. Michael and Florence.
Guys, you think someone telling someone to kill themselves is funny? Just wait till your ass is in a pair of handcuffs for involuntary manslaughter.
Right. Yeah, I don't find it funny now with the level of people's, like, internet lives are wrapped up into their real lives. There's too many variables and factors now. And like I said, where she was just egging him on, I wouldn't say every case should be eligible for them to go to jail over the said person's demise. But that case in particular just showed the callous she had for him, and the way she spoke about him was less than human.
I believe if you say it more than once, this is what I believe. Because I don't agree with suicide at all. If you tell someone more than once to go fucking kill themselves, your ass should pay the consequences for what he just did to his family.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Words are hard. Like, it's really hard to prosecute words. But you also should be respectful of somebody's mental health status. But it's a free country. You should have free speech. But, you see what I mean? So, it depends on the situation. I don't necessarily...
If they told you how they wanted to kill themselves, and you keep egging them on...
Oh, yeah. If you know their mental health status and you continue or you engage in that, absolutely. Now, if you didn't know, that's different. But like I said, it'd have to be a case-by-case basis, but I do think more of these type of cases need to be thought of accountable. Like, what about all the small children killing themselves over bullying?
I believe the bullies should be held responsible.
Yeah, and their families shouldn't they? Because, honestly...
The parent, indefinitely, I'm sorry. Sorry when I say this, the parents should definitely get their ass in trouble.
Well, yeah. or the schools should get in trouble because they didn't catch it before. There should be some retribution because we all know where it stems from. And we all know how we can resolve it and nip it in the bud, especially with children. And so when we allow these things to happen and then just act like, oh, well, those children didn't have the mental fortitude to survive, I think is really ignorant to the damage that even small, tiny sociopaths can do. Because some children can be sociopaths. They grow up into big ones. And everybody needs to stop thinking that all children can be 100% innocent, because that's how we get giant sociopaths. Is we need to start calling them out when they're small and holding them accountable.
Like, my thing is, I don't believe the child should be charged. Okay, so here's my thing.
No, I don't think they should be charged, but I think kids should be held accountable for their actions.
The child that done it, either one needs to be put in a psychiatric hospital, for one. You just drove someone to take their own life.
Right.
The parent, you should get fucking charged for involuntary manslaughter and get your kid taken away from you.
See, and I don't know about that, because sometimes you can't help how your kid acts, but here's the deal. What I think is that kids should, a child especially, if they're involved in a bullying case that would result in grievous bodily harm and or suicide, should have to then write letters to said family about how they feel about that and how they think it could affect the family. They should have to do community service where they talk
Correct.
about their bullying, they talk about their actions, what their actions caused, how it's affected them, their family, and the victim's family. For many years afterwards, because I think that's the only way, is if you had to pay service to that person, could you then respect that person for a human being?
Correct. And then another thing, I do believe...
So you know what I mean? You don't have to punish the child where, like, you send them to jail, but you can
also,
make them of service.
But also the school should also be held 90% responsible.
Yeah, because they allowed this to happen when they have the children for the majority of the child's day. So yeah, they should be held responsible.
Also, they have what they call a no. If you have a no bullying policy, and it is happening, because look at it this way, a lot of the LGBT community, kids that are a part of it, get bullied so bad.
That's true.
If a school have a policy of no bullying, and you got, and I'm going to use our school, Perry Local High Schools, Perry School.
Right.
I'm going to use them as an example. You have 7 kids, 6 to 7 kids within a month span, within a month, 2 month span, kill themselves because of bullying. Your school should be shut down.
Yeah, you need some investigators in there to figure out what the hell is going on.
Or your whole school board, your administrator, everybody that's higher up that basically runs school, not the principal. The principal can only do so much.
Yeah.
But your school board and your school officials, everybody there should be put under a mandatory investigation, no paid leave, and figured out what the fuck happened that you just had 7 kids take their life.
Yep.
It took
what kind of culture are they either allowing or fostering, or, you know what I mean? They're either creating it or allowing it to have this happen. Because kids just don't end up dead. So,
right. Oh, wait, hold on. 6 kids. This is what CNN said about it. Okay, and I'm coming from a direct source from CNN.
Okay.
Last week, Hayden Porter, a 15-year-old freshman at a school in Ohio, took his life. He was the 6th current or former teenage student from the school district that killed themselves within the past 6 months.
Okay. So a half a year period. But 6 kids, that's like a kid a month. Like, we had one chick die in high school, and it was like the biggest thing ever. Like, and that was a huge deal then. You know, Alla Kilbanov. She killed herself in high school, and that was like, it's a big deal when this happened. This was like 2002, 2003. This was a big deal. People didn't really kill themselves back then. And it really shook everybody up. You know, and it's the culture, it's the movies, you know, where people commit suicide. The little 13 Reasons Why show was proven to create more suicide.
See?
I've never seen that show, but I heard it was proven to create suicide. Like, more suicide than average with people who are watching it. Because they were really affected by certain episodes.
I am on the National Institute of Mental Health. Now, these numbers I am about to give you, okay?
All right.
Unintentional injury, 860. Out of that 860, suicide was 517. Unintentional, well, that was between the ages of, right between 10 and 14.
Yep. 10, you guys. I have a 9-year-old. So 10.
15.4. Unintentional injury, 13,441. Suicide, 6,252. Unintentional injury, 200 between 24 and 34, 25 and 34. Unintentional injury, 25,669. Out of 25,669, 7,948 were a suicide. Unintentional injury between 35 and 44, 22,828.
No.
10,000 of that, 10,900 of that was malignant neoplasms. 10,000. Heart disease, 10,401. Suicide, 7,335. 45 to 54. Malignant neoplasms, 39,266. Heart disease, 32,658. Unintentional injury, 24,461. Suicide, 8,561.
Yeah. So the older you get, the less chance, I noticed. Which, you know, that's good. But it's very alarming that most of the suicides are coming from young people.
Now watch this. Suicide method from 2017.
Okay.
Total suicides across the U.S., 47,173.
Okay.
Firearms. Suicide by firearm. 23,854.
So half.
Half of that.
Okay.
Suffocation. 13,075.
That's a lot. What'd you just say? Pleurisy?
Poisoning.
Oh, poisoning.
6,554.
Okay.
Others. 3,690.
Suffocation's a lot. I didn't think there'd be that many suffocation deaths. 13,000. Like, I get all the firearm ones, you know what I mean? But that's a lot for suffocation. Like, 13,000, like, that's like the second next highest cause. You know, like, that's the number 2 way to kill yourself is suffocation.
Right. And that's from the CDC.
Right. But not surprising considering, like, Robin Williams killed by asphyxiation. Kate Spade killed by asphyxiation. Now, whether those ended up being deep state murders or not, okay, we can decide that later. But both died from official causes of suicide by asphyxiation, both with scarves.
Right, and this is how many people kill themselves per day.
Okay.
The annual age-adjusted suicide rate is 13.42 for 100,000 individuals.
Okay.
Men die by suicide 3.53 more times, more often than women. On average, there are 123 suicides per
And I
day.
think that's honestly because men don't have as much support. You know, families have broken up throughout the years due to agendas. And so men's support is very limited for mental health, for housing. You know, if you're a single man, you might as well just hang it up. This is why my friend Ryan killed himself, because he got in a place where he was in trouble with the law and kind of had CPS around, and he was going to have to go to jail. And he knew when he got out that there were no shelters and there were no food shelves for men. And there was literally no resources, so he killed himself because he didn't want to be a burden on anybody else when he got out.
Also, it's now in 2000.
So really think about that, though. That's probably why men are 3.53 times. Think about that. More likely than a woman to kill themselves.
Right.
And it's true, because the people that I have known, I only know one female. Through all the people I know who have committed suicide, I only know of one female. Her name was Ashley Bell. We all went to high school together. She killed herself.
In 2017, suicide claimed the lives of 5,016 males.
Okay.
And watch this, 1,225.
Now, do they count, like, poisonings, like, as accidental drug overdoses as suicide?
I don't know. It didn't give me the jits.
Yeah, because I wonder, because I know, like, my friend Jake, we all believe, died from, like, a heroin overdose. And then Paul, we don't know how Paul died, but we assume from some type of pills, but then we don't know.
It from what I was told, it depends on the electrolytes in your body.
Okay, right.
So now, listen to this. In 2017, okay?
Right.
Suicide claimed the lives of 5,016 males. Watch how low the number of females is. 1,225.
Right.
Between 15 and 24 in the United States, research reported Tuesday in the Journal of the American Medical Association. This is this year they're talking about. Oh, I'm getting... Might be out the bathtub. Give me a minute.
Yeah. These are...
See?
Go ahead.
These are numbers. Just look. All the numbers I just read you was death by 2017.
Yeah.
What I said, 53,000, Scarlett?
Yeah. Total.
And half of them are firearms.
23,000 were firearms.
And another
13,000
half,
were
and
suffocation.
another half of that was suffocation
Yep.
or poison.
Poisoning was
Or
6,000. Yeah, or others that we don't know what that is either.
You whisper one off, baby.
That's a big deal when you think about the numbers and when you think about how men
Right.
are much more at risk than women.
You sassed, wifey.
Like, that
Oh, no.
that's just a really alarming part is men are more prone than women.
See, and that's crazy. I got it, Joey.
3.6
0.63 times more likely to kill themselves.
Right.
5,000 versus 1,125 women.
You going to bed already?
I mean, that's really an intense number when you think about it. Because that's higher than 1 to 6.3.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's really close.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. Is 60, right? You said 6.23 more times?
Yeah, you said 3.63 more times likely.
3.53.
Yeah.
3.53 more times.
Yeah, 3.53. I was close.
And you rounded that up for what?
3.63 is what I said.
And you rounded up to what? 6.2?
No, 3.6.
Oh. So see, guys, suicide is now the second leading cause of death in 2019.
And it's only going to get worse as farmers keep losing their crops, as the weather keeps turning bad, as people lose their businesses and lose their ventures. This will only get worse.
Go put a pad on.
This will only be worse.
Right.
So, with that being said, I think it's something that people need to start thinking about. Need to start warning people about, and we've been on the air for a long time tonight, so we're going to wrap it up here in a couple minutes. But I think this is important to start bringing awareness to people about who it's affecting and how it's affecting them.
Scarlett, I'd be more glad to talk about this. I know a lot about it. I can do a lot more research by next Friday.
Okay.
And have more statistics and facts.
That would be great. Because I think right after the holidays, and I will come up with a few, mantras and maybe some affirmations that we could bring up to kind of then bring the darkness, bring the light out of the darkness. Yes, we're talking about all these depressing facts and how far-reaching is suicide in people's lives, but then we can show them what to do for coping skills and to try to get out of it, provide resources so that they can better help themselves through this holiday season, provide self-care, let go of certain ties and toxic family if you have to. Sometimes it comes for you to recognize that you're actually dealing with toxic family and it's time to let go even though you care. So we'll be talking about maybe a few different ways that we can, through the holidays, try to provide better mental health resources for people.
Yeah, Scarlett, I'll have more coping skills and more, if you want me to, I can look up, positive affirmations.
And then the statistics, I think, are important, too. And especially...
How far back would you like me to go?
Let's go for, the last 5 years. Let's just figure out for the last, 5 years. Or maybe the last 10 years, just to see. Because think about it. Only 10 years ago were, some of the first iPods and iPhones, were created. They haven't been around that long. YouTube's only 15 years old. So when you think about it, let's say the last 5 or 10 years, how has suicide numbers changed? I, for one, know about certain epidemics that have happened in, India with farmers, and there's, groups around the world that are committing suicide, and we need to start paying attention to why this is becoming a thing.
Right.
So, with that being said, I thank you for being here with me tonight, Dwayne. Was there anything you wanted to add?
No, ma'am. Actually, yes, there is, guys. I should have leave my public phone number here for any of you. If you need to call me, this is my actual number, 234-425-4577. 4575. Yet again, my number is 234-425-4575. You guys are, I don't care if I'm in the Eastern time zone. If you guys are struggling and thinking about killing yourself, please blow my phone up till I answer my phone. I will eventually hear it, or feel it, or see it go off. Or please, call your call the, Scarlett, I'm going to look one more thing up before we close this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Please, guys, if you are feeling suicidal, please call 1-800-273-8255 or call your local emergency number and get help. Please, we are begging you. You are loved. You are cared about.
You are important on this earth. Your presence matters. Your energy matters. Even if you don't feel like you have anything to give, you are giving by being here.
Scarlett, that's all I got, girl.
Well, I thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate your perspective. We'll give you a little bit of round of applause here. You can't hear that, but the people can. So, we highly appreciate that. And I appreciate what we're going to try to bring to people as a perspective of the holidays and just kind of giving a check-in for people. How are people? This is a hard time for people for whatever your reasons are that this time of the year is hard for you. We want to help make another person through the holiday season. We don't want to be mourning you this holiday season.
Correct.
So, I know, and I remember the days of being in depression, so I know that a lot of this stuff is going to sound corny and cheesy. But when you get to the other side of depression, which many people have many times, but then get stuck back in that mindset, remember, there's always a time where you do just feel a little bit better, even if it's for a short amount of time. And even if it's just getting yourself through that next minute to next minute, that's going to be important. You don't have to take over mental health the first few days you start working at it. It's for some people, it's a lifelong progress, and I know that sounds daunting if you're in the middle of depression. But what if you can make it manageable for yourself and start enjoying life again? Isn't that what you truly want, is to enjoy life? And the reason why you would want to end it is because it's become no longer enjoyable?
See?
So let us try to help, if you've never heard something like this before, let us try to help. What if it could be something that's different for you? We'll come up with some herbal suggestions as well, because I know quite a few that can be herbal alternatives that people can use as well, that work just as well as their medication counterparts. So, things like canna, which is an SRI,
Right.
It's a natural SRI, can't be taken with any SSRIs or SNRIs. But if you're not on anything and are having depressive symptoms and would like to try something natural first, this is a choice. St. John's wort can also be a choice. Again, not mixed with any SRIs, SSRIs, SNRIs. But if you're not on anything and need something, this is a place to start. Even, lithium orotate that you can get over the counter. I know many people who have started that you can get just at any health food store. If you're not on anything, you can start there. And the natural form does not have to be watched in the same manner as the pharmaceutical form that has to have blood draws. So it's a little different.
Right, you guys can use CBD oil, cannabis.
Yep. So many things you can use. And some of the first three I just gave you are some of the most powerful antidepressants that you can ever take. So, if you're thinking, oh, I need to go in and get a pill, maybe you want to try that if you've never been on anything before.
Right. Also, I'm going to put this warning out here now. If anybody tells you neem can help with your depression, stay away.
Right? Because I never even knew that this was an option, but we have brought this up on my show a couple weeks ago, because I guess neem is like this new wonder drug. Somebody figured out you could take it internally, of which I only knew about using neem for like toothpaste and, wounds and stuff, parasite cleanses, not this crap, so like that scares me in general, because that's like taking wormwood for like, to turn it into like absinthe. You can do it, but is it a good idea? Right? Like, do you know the limits? Because it's going to be just as potent as a medication, so do you know how you should be taking it? You see. So this is why I say that I will give more in-depth, recipes and directions, because, it is important. Especially with, like, canna, you want to really weigh it. You want precise dosage. But there's different ways you can prepare it. You could take it orally, you could make it in tea, you could smoke it. I mean, there's many different ways. So there's ways that you can get it into your system that then helps and improves your life without these side effects that other people are getting. So I think that's important too, that just finding different ways to take care of this that people can feel comfortable with. Especially if you don't have access, if you don't have insurance, you don't have access, you live rurally or something, but yet you could order something on the internet, you might want to listen to different options.
Cannabis is also easy to buy.
That's true.
$20 for a gram, it's worth it.
That's true. $20 a gram is expensive though. But
you did not hear that from me.
Right? Because that was expensive. You did not. Because that is expensive. $20 a gram, y'all. Like, you need to get from Scarlett. Y'all need better deals.
You did not hear that from me if the government comes asking.
Yeah, no. You heard that was too expensive for me. But the point being, I think people need to... I think also until mental health and the stigma around mental health is changed, and especially for men having mental health, this is also going to be a continuous issue. So I think that's something we should talk about too, is just male mental health.
I did learn one thing, and I hate to do this as we were closing it, but I'm going to bring it out here real quick.
Yep.
One thing I did learn is that most of the reasons why men kill themselves because when men say they were raped, they are never believed.
True. And we'll talk about that because that's important too. Red and I have covered a lot of pedogate. We've covered a lot of Pizzagate. We've covered a lot of child trafficking. And, boys need to be heard just as much as girls. Because when the stories that we've covered, such as like Hampstead cover-up, had a brother and sister. And they were used against each other and the same tactics, and many boys aren't believed. This is why now there's large cases against the Boy Scouts, because now groups of boys are believed. This is how the Catholic priests started getting sued, because groups of boys are now believed. So we need to start believing men and believe men can be abused, and I think that will be the beginning of healing. Once men are allowed to have feelings, once men are allowed to have emotions, once men are allowed to experience mental health, and once women are too. But I think that men's mental health is an underserved, underserved category. Because, women are always hysterical. Women need mental health help, blah, blah, blah. But men are never seen as needing that.
Right. Me, you, and Red are going to have a field day next Friday.
Absolutely. Yeah, it should be good times. Because I think it should be
needs to be talked about. We need to check in with our men with mental health. It's around the holidays. And yeah, we'll see though, because I don't know with it being Friday how that's gonna work. So we'll figure out if we're on air next week. If not, we'll play a replay. And join us though for more updates and more time just spent coming up through the holidays for support for mental health for everybody. We're going to have mental health for everyone, from young to old. Just helpful tips and tricks and things. But I think it is important to think about our mental health coming into this holiday season, especially when, it's one of the larger killers of people, of adult age, of teenage. It's something that's an epidemic running through families across America and around the world. For financial, emotional, abuse reasons, whatever it may be. And we need to shine a light on it, not be ashamed of it, not be afraid of it, and start speaking out on it more.
Right. Scarlett, ma'am, thank you so much for having me on Clarity After Dark. It's such an amazing, wonderful experience hearing your voice and getting to freely voice what needs to be heard, ma'am. I love you. Thank you so much. And, guys, I am out of here.
All right, Dwayne, thank you very much for coming on Clarity After Dark here on Freedom Revolution Network. You feel free to join us anytime.
All right, ma'am. I will talk to you later.
Good night.
Good night.
And so with that being said, we have literally bust down the house. Spreaker's telling me we've been on air almost 5 hours. We pulled a run and we have pulled out a great show here on Clarity After Dark, talking about everything from preparedness to suicide prevention and awareness. This has been Clarity After Dark with your host, Scarlet Anonymous, only on FreedomRevolutionNetwork.com. Please check out our social media site, donate on Freedom Revolution Network, check out Liberty Librarian, as well as Against the Grain, and other great shows coming soon in December and for the new year. And from the land of 10,000 lakes, good night, universe.